Hey everyone, Anarch here, along with Iridescent, a special guest for this live stream. And I hope that everything just went smoothly and the live stream just started. Let's make sure. Yeah, we're doing it. We're doing it. See, the thing is that only the people who watch the VOD are ever going to see that little statement. Everybody else is going to be joining here in just a second. Hey, you can't just be screaming, jeez.
Sorry, the goblin just attacked me out of nowhere. Hi.
Yeah, he's getting all riled up. He's going to get riled up as we start talking loud, I think.
I'm not talking loud.
I'm talking
You're
loud.
talking
But
loud.
that means I'm going to get him all riled up on accident. That's what's about to happen, sadly.
But you're supposed to be the punching bag.
That's right. So
What happens? He never attacks me.
that's, well, I guess there's a time for everything, and he has begun.
He's
It has begun.
equally.
That's
He's
right.
Looking for true gender equality.
That's exactly right. That's right.
I'm so honored that you're
He's an equal opportunity attacker.
finally.
I love the AI recommendations. They're always so funny. This one's, I'm Luigi, and I'm taking you on a holiday extravaganza. 5 crazy things I did on my Luigi holiday extravaganza. Okay, these are incredible, but I think we're just going to stick with Luigi holiday extravaganza. Okay, I think we're good on this one. We got him. We got him. Plumber Arc confirmed. Yes. Is that Luna Oi? No, that is not Luna Oi. How dare they? No, that's Iridescent. Iridescent is my partner.
Say some very. Gonna hold my tongue.
I mean, you can say mean things about Luna Oi if you want, I guess. That's your beef to manage. I'm going to find your... Should I give them your Instagram?
Yeah, and the YouTube, Instagram. The,
We'll start here with the Instagram.
I'm gonna make a blue sky or something. I think.
Boom. There is her Instagram. It's pinned to the chat. Magical. Okay, let's put it in the... Oh, that's right. Okay, I'm going to put I got your channel name here, there. Okay, find her on Instagram. Boom.
We don't even have the same haircut. Also, I'm Chinese. She's Vietnamese.
That's true. That's true. They're secretly saying all Asian people look the same. Oh my God! They had deleted. They felt so bad about it. They deleted.
Sorry.
Okay. We were just joking around.
Entirely.
We're just joking around. It's not that big a deal.
You would not succumb just because.
That's
you
right.
Have certain
That's right.
Standards for your partners.
That's
you have
right.
To be an anarchist or anarchic adjacent.
Hey everyone! It's a me, Luigi. Sorry, this is going to be happening all live stream, I think.
All live stream.
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably.
I love you.
I love you.
This is the price of love.
This is the price of love. You have to hang out with your partner while he live streams on YouTube dressed up as Luigi.
The live streaming, that's the average normal bed. The It's a me Luigi is something else. But we're rolling.
That's how you get the ladies, everybody. You just dress up like Luigi.
I mean, to be fair, the actual Luigi, not related to the game, there just happens to be a certain individual
That's right.
names Luigi.
Well, no, but I'm just this is not at all a reference to Luigi Mangone. That would be inciting violence, I think.
Every single outfit or like dupes of like the whatever outfit and outfit pieces he's wearing has been selling out online everywhere.
Well, maybe everybody just really wants to play Luigi. They're planning for next Halloween.
He's a fashion icon.
That's right. That's right.
You know, you too can steal his look.
That's right. You too can become Luigi, the character from Mario Brothers. That's who we're talking about right now. We're talking about the character from Mario Brothers.
Finally calm calm down? Has he stopped being a goblin?
The kitty was biting Iris at the beginning of stream, but I think Kitty is starting to calm down. Yeah, he's just hanging out down there by my boots. He's just being an adorable, perfect baby because he's never done anything wrong in his entire life. He's perfect. Yeah. He's perfect and harmless. He has
qualified immunity.
He has qualified immunity. That's right. That's right.
He commits crimes all the time, but they're not crimes because he's qualified immunity. He's qualified cuteness.
See? Iris gets it.
You know. Anyways.
Yes, things are happening. Oh, yeah, like Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. That's the thing I'm supposed to say, right? I was going to originally do this on Christmas, but I did like a poll just to see what people's responses were about whether I should do it on Christmas or whether I should wait until today. And 75% of people said wait till today. So I did. I just waited till today. Ubik says, we got to turn Luigi Mangone into an anarchist as quickly as possible. Well, I got to tell you, there's a real mechanism to do that. And that is that you should send him letters and you should send him anarchist propaganda in prison. And that's something you could totally do. That's completely legal. And it's one of the classical anarchist methods is talking with prisoners. Do you think Malatesta would laugh at Italy memes? I don't know. He never seemed like he was like proudly Italian or something. Like he was never like one of these guys where he's like Italian pride. You know, I don't think he took it too seriously. He definitely had that proletarian internationalism vibe going. So I think he might find it funny. My man Anarch showing his Luigi drip. That's exactly right. I wear this normally. This definitely has nothing to do with a live stream. I just wear this on a daily basis. Ubik, you can write letters to people in prison. You just got to find out what prison they're at, and then you got to find out the information to send them stuff. Like you can write to any prisoner in prison, but be careful because the prison looks through their letters before it gets to them. So you want to say things that the prison guards are not going to withhold your letters from him. But that being said, people find ways to get radical literature to prisoners somehow. So clearly they're doing it. Like clearly there is a way. You should talk with Anarchist Black Cross if you are interested in learning how this all works. Anarchist Black Cross is a prisoner outreach group which does prisoner letter writing campaigns. So I'm sure they have like the complete rundown on how to get things to prisoners. As Jarius says, all you got to do is a couple Google searches to find where specifically in the jail he is. So Anarchist Black Cross, I recommend everybody reach out to them if you are trying to do a letter writing campaign to Luigi Mangone, which is, by the way, completely legal. In fact, it's even completely legal for you to send radical literature, but that just may not get through the prison censors.
I think usually they also, like, there's certain requirements for, like, it has to be, like, new, not, like, used or something like that with gas.
I have no idea. I'm certainly not an expert.
For, Atlanta, for a lot of the people who were taken in with...
Let's see what Google says. Let's see what Google's being boycotted. They were on the new boycott list, weren't they?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, okay.
Or like they're a pressure target.
Wait, were they a pressure target or were they a boycott target? Let's go look. By the way, BDS has updated their boycott list and their pressure targets. Let's see. Let's see if I can... I guess I'll just link the tweet. A lot of people aren't on Twitter these days, but here's the tweet. BDS has released a new list, and this is their newest. This is like who their priority boycott targets are, who are just pressure targets, and who are the organic boycotts that BDS now supports. Oh yeah, it's a pressure target. Mm-hmm. So they're not asking that people boycott Google. They want people to put pressure on Google. So their priority boycott targets, I'll just read them off in case nobody wants to click through or you're like listening to this while you drive or something. They are Chevron, Caltex, Texaco, Intel, Dell, HP, Carrefour, AXA, Disney Plus, Siemens, Remax, and SodaStream. Those are the ones that are priority boycott targets of BDS. So those are just the baseline targets. If you are in support of BDS, if you support the Palestinian people amidst genocide, and you are trying to pressure Israel to stop the genocide, these are what BDS, the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement says are their priority boycott targets. Do not consume products from any of the people listed. They list their pressure targets. This is to say, these are not people they expect you to boycott. These are people they expect you to put pressure on. That could be all kinds of different pressure. Look up what a pressure campaign is if you want to know about that. Those pressure targets are Google, Amazon, Expedia, Teva or Teva, I don't know how that's said, Airbnb, and Booking.com. Okay, so those are the ones they're saying that you should put pressure on. They're not requesting boycotts of those. And probably because those would be really hard to boycott. But they have taken up a series of organic boycotts, which is to say boycotts that were organic or unorganized boycotts, which are now part of the BDS movement. So they support these, and the ones they're supporting are McDonald's, Coca-Cola, Papa John's, Burger King, Pizza Hut, and Wix. So what they're saying is they support those boycotts, but they're not saying that those are the ones they came up with. Those were not developed as priority targets by BDS. Those are ones that were developed as priority targets by people, and then BDS has now agreed that those are good targets. But I personally would just take that to mean that you should boycott all of those along with the previous list. So this is a good list, and people should always follow along with organized boycotts that have clear demands. And BDS is a perfect example of an organized boycott that has clear demands. And I don't really care if the stream gets demonetized. That's just the reality of it. But YouTube is Google. Once again, they're not saying to boycott Google. They're saying to pressure Google. That is to say, they want pressure campaigns or things such as flooding the people who are in the organization with letters, calling people in key positions, using whatever opportunity you have in order to offer vocal criticism of the organization, trying to get organizations to cut ties with them, things like that. That's what pressure campaigns are. Pressure campaigns are not boycotts. Yeah, so just understand they're not saying stop using Google or stop using Amazon. They're saying that you need to engage in pressure campaigns against those entities. Just people are clear. Benjamin Allison says, who's your friend? This is my friend. This is my partner. This is Iris. Hi. Iris is wonderful and beautiful and intelligent and the best person. She's wonderful. But also she's iridescent. So she's an anarchist creator, and she's a wonderful artist. She's incredibly talented. And she has blessed us with a great deal of anarchist propaganda with adorable animals.
Yeah, Little Scamp series.
That's right. So she sells prints. If you want to support Iris in taking her wonderful talents that could have been used towards, high art and living that life. And instead she's taken her talents and focused it towards anarchist propaganda using adorable animals. If you want to reward her for that great sacrifice, then you should go buy some of her prints. And let me go. It's on your Etsy, right? Etsy,
There's on my. If you go to my Instagram too, there's my link tree and there's like all my relevant.
Is this it? Iridescent art.
Yeah, Iridescent.
This
art.
is where all your stuff is.
Yeah, that's where. There's also my other shop where it's just sort of automated, and I have some.
Which one is that?
That one, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, but it's like my accessory shop. If you go to my link tree, you could look at. My brain is not.
Okay, give me a sec.
Sorry.
Link tree. What is it? A Redbubble or something like that? Is that what it is?
It was
Z to Art Print Shop, Life Accessories.
Life Accessories.
It's a Life Accessories one.
Shop.
Okay, let me see. Zazzle. Wow. Okay, so then we're going to put that in the chat. This one is more automated. Okay, see, if you buy from her Etsy, that's great. She gets more money, but also she has to do the labor of putting your order together. If you want her to do less labor and get less money at the same time, kind of up to you, then you can go to the Zazzle. It'll like do it all.
There.
You get a t-shirt.
There's a new dang t-shirt that says ungovernable.
That's right.
You want
to. Mifunosaurus, we do not live in the same state. She currently lives in Delaware. However, she will be moving here in September of next year.
Who's saying this?
Just somebody in chat. They're saying, holy moly, never would have thought you lived in the same state, let alone we're together. Yeah, no, we're partners, but we've been long distance for several years. But she will be moving here next year.
Yeah, it's a whole process, not a one and done.
So she's here for a month. She'll be here until January 8th. So I dropped her Etsy. I dropped the Zazzle. Go get the stuff. Go buy all of Iris's stuff. Y'all should just go buy everything Iris has ever produced all at once. And, you know, let's say you like came into some kind of fortune. Let's imagine that you like inherited a grandparent's inheritance of like $1 billion. You should probably just spend it all on her art. Or, you know, you could just skip that and give her $1 billion, but you should just buy as much of her art as you can.
You're shilling for Big Iris.
I'm shilling for Big Iridescent right now.
Basically.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Iridescent is bribing me by being a wonderful partner.
Tit for tat.
There you go. So, yeah, she currently lives in Delaware. She'll be here next year. She'll be joining Cooperation Tulsa and will be another wonderful member joining Cooperation Tulsa. That's right. Ubik says, my New Year's resolution will be sending letters to Luigi Mangone. I love that. I love that this stream did that.
That's great. That's a good resolution.
If that's all this stream achieved, I'd be hyped about that. So, yeah, lots of people should do that. Try to figure out, maybe reach out to Anarchist Black Cross, and if you can find a chapter, or really any chapter, I bet they would help. Just find out like how it works. How can you get like anarchist literature to Luigi? How is it that you might be able to, you know, just send him radical ideas in your letters? Like what are the ins and outs? What can you do and not do, sort of thing? Get a little bit of feedback before you do that. I think that's step number one. So yeah, try to see if you can, you know, expose him to anarchism. It should be said that, you know, if you look at his statements in the last few months, they seem considerably more radical than his statements beforehand. So it's hard to say like kind of how far he's radicalized. So Eric Gray donates $10. I appreciate you, Eric. Always a reliable donator, and I appreciate you making these live streams definitely worth my time. Eric Gray says, reading recommendation, Don't Step Back, Fight Back by Lorenzo Camboa Irvin on the Anarchist Library. It talks about how his book is banned from U.S. prisons and ways to fight back against that. So yeah, that's super pertinent to what we're discussing. And I appreciate that you're starting to include those short descriptions there. I think those are super helpful. I actually haven't read that though. So I will also include that in my reading list. Don't step back, fight back. Okay, there we go.
Also my writing, I guess, if they want to like look at my writing as well.
Also true. Also
but
true.
Not trying to push my agenda.
You should push your agenda. You should push your anarchist agenda. That's what I like to hear. Where is it all hosted?
I write on Medium, but also if they want my creative work, I do sell digital zines on my Etsy. I'd like to do the physical copies one day, but not having the resources always.
I assume y'all can kind of like hear Iris, right?
Hopefully.
Can y'all like hear Iris well enough to hear what she's saying?
Maybe not.
You should put all your stuff on Anarchist Library.
Yeah, no, I have to like submit it there and do a whole thing. But they should.
Sorry, somebody noted that I was wearing a Luigi hat.
Yeah.
She's a little quiet, but you can hear her. Yeah, we tried to adjust it so you could hear her well at the beginning, but we could not figure out a way to make it where you could hear both of us really well. So unfortunately, unless she wants to scoot over here at some point, then it's going to be hard for you to all to hear. But she's doing things. We're co-working right now. This is what happens. You get neurodivergent people in a room and they start co-working. Got to give her a lapel mic. That might be true, actually. That'd be a good solution, wouldn't it? So let's see. Iridescent is on Medium, and her articles are wonderful and brilliant. And she actually just wrote one about Luigi Mangone, well, kind of tangentially, but related to Luigi Mangone. And it is about social murder. If we're just trying to get this stream demonetized. I say social murder. I say Luigi Mangone. I say prison, anarchist prison. To put the words, that right there. I really just that all together. That was a bad idea, but yeah. What book or essay should you try sending him? I don't know. Actually, I think that's open to people's preferences. I do think that, you know, it might be good to send him like Anarchy by Malatesta. I think that would be an excellent start. That being said, when you're in prison, you have a lot of time to read. A lot of time to read. So maybe you should get him like Malatesta's works, you know, combined or accumulated works. I forget what that's called. It's called like Method of Freedom, something like that. Method of Freedom. But
I have that. Yeah. Yep. It's good, solid.
Yeah.
Also, the cover does go hard.
Yeah, that's a cool cover for sure. I mean, that's just like the first one that comes to mind. I don't think he got convicted and sentenced, but I don't think he has been allowed out on bail. I don't think that Benjamin Allison said, wait, did he already get convicted and sentenced? I think he has been convicted, but the sentencing won't take place for a long time. I bet this is going to go real slow. But here's the thing. If you don't get bail, or rather if you're given some massive bail, you're not getting out. You're sitting in there for the whole time. So, and I'm pretty doubtful they're going to give him bail. Yeah, Benjamin Allison, Intro to Anarchism type work. I think that's the right way to go. Yeah, I'd send him stuff that's like kind of like introductions to anarchism for sure. The thing is that I don't know how much he cares about Italian heritage. His name's Luigi Mangone, but he may not care about it at all. But if he does, that just kind of makes Malatesta an even better person to recommend to him. I mean, historically, I think that a lot of people just write letters back and forth. Just entering into dialogue with him might be a good idea. Just sending him stuff. But if you can send him radical literature, I would say you absolutely should. But you're going to have to do the work of, you know, tracking it all down. Figuring out what you can and cannot send and under what conditions. So Pyre donated $5. I appreciate you, Pyre. And Pyre says, you don't got to answer this, but do you have a take on Black Rose? Do you think reformation is possible, or is it worth looking into a new federation? Well, I would start by just like joining if you can and seeing where they're at, because they've already been in the process of trying to absorb the criticisms that were made of them and trying to move on and expand the federation. So I don't think they're by any means dead, but I will say that I think they're mostly active in, is it Miami? Let's see here. Black Rose, Rosa Negra. Yeah, I think they mostly have like just like 2 or 3 active locations as I understand it. Yeah, what are their locals? So they've got a list here. They've got a list. But I think their most active one is in Miami, as I understand it, or maybe Bay Area, California, one or the other. But here's their list of locals. Martin Gajoni says, God and the State, it's always a good jump off point. Yeah, I think that Bakunin is a wonderful starting point for a lot of different people. Bakunin is brilliant. Say what you will of his flaws. He had several, but his writing is eloquent, beautiful, detailed, articulate, and was really the foundation of social anarchism as it moved into the future. So I think that Bakunin is a great starting point. God and the State is a good place to begin. BF says, I've seen a fair amount of people on the left say it looks like Luigi may not be the perpetrator and is being framed. Do you think there's any evidence for this? The way he got caught seems odd. I gotta be honest, I don't think it's likely that he's being framed. I think that people are saying that for two different reasons. One is that they want to help him not get convicted. People want to see him not get punished. So they're likely to suggest that he's being framed and he's not really guilty because they want to see him get away with it. That's one part of it. Another part of it is just that people are so conspiracy theory brained these days that they're always looking for a conspiracy. And I think that, that's not super helpful. I think that that's the wrong way to approach these sorts of events. You say you think the way he got caught seems odd, but I think that it's less odd when you realize that the government essentially has access to every camera that is connected to the internet, at least in the entire United States, but documents from around the Obama era actually demonstrate that they are using this warrantless wiretapping program across the planet to warrantlessly wiretap foreign governments even. Angela Merkel was one of the ones that was in the disclosure. So the idea that they caught Luigi Mangone in a McDonald's, I got to be deadly honest. I think it's possible that the person they say turned him in didn't even turn him in, and they literally caught dude on a McDonald's camera just using Prism. Sounds scary? That's because it is. I think it is possible that, you look at what's happening, dude kills a CEO and, imagine how easy it's going to be to escalate that to the FBI, or the NSA, right? Protecting a CEO from protecting CEOs from this sort of behavior, making sure that they know we'll keep you safe sort of thing, right? I can imagine it would be incredibly easy to escalate that up the line. And even though lots of things happen real slow in government, when they got to protect the bourgeois, you better bet they are going to do it at lightning speed. You call, if somebody's coming in your door trying to kill you and you call the cops, well, they might show up in 2 hours. But if you are a private business and there's just some homeless person annoying you on your front stoop, they'll be there in 10 minutes, that's where we're at. Dr. Capybara says, Anarch, you coming to Elopa in Chile next year? I mean, I don't know what that is, but if somebody just wants to fly me to Chile, yeah, I'd visit Chile. Absolutely. That would be super cool to visit Chile and to go to some kind of conference or something. But, I gotta be honest. Doubtful people are going to fly me out to Chile, but if you fly me out to Chile, you better bet I'll take that flight and I'll go do whatever kind of conference or whatever it is. And I'm just assuming that that's some kind of conference. I don't know what it is. Maybe I should look it up instead of being ignorant. Let's go find out. Ellen, Chile. Yeah, looks like it is. It is. Yeah, and it's an event where organizations meet. Participants recognize shared realities, right? It's about autonomous organizing. Love it. Yeah, I got to be honest. I think the only problem would be that I don't speak Spanish, but I have been trying to learn Spanish. Just starting with the Duolingo,
Yeah.
Knowledge and Defense says, what's your favorite Mario game, mainline and or spinoff? Super Mario RPG. Straight up. Love Super Mario RPG. It's actually one of the best SNES RPGs, and it's Mario, so, you know.
Oh my God, Murray's sleeping on your boots.
Oh, Murray's down there sleeping on my boots. He's not being
Well,
goblin.
he has two modes. Goblin or...
He'll before the end of the stream, he'll be back to goblin. I'm sure of it.
Probably.
Yeah.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
Mm-hmm. Rowan Bauer says, I remember hearing the Zapatistas organize some kind of meeting post-election. Anything come out of that yet? I'm not entirely sure which one you're referring to, but I'm kind of assuming that you're referring to the one where they got all of the indigenous groups together, because that one happens every once in a while. They have that every year or two, I think. And I don't actually know, but usually those end up being very, very important meetings. Victorious Gardenosaurus says, would it be any less beneficial to donate books to prison libraries rather than individual prisoners? I got to be honest. I think you shouldn't treat me as an expert on this, right? I don't have any experience with this. I've literally never done any prison outreach. So I am not, just because I'm the anarchist YouTube guy and I have some experience organizing, don't assume that means that I have experience doing every kind of organizing. I don't. I've never done prison outreach. I've never done prison organizing. I'm just familiar that it exists and that there are limitations, difficulties, hurdles that have to be overcome. So I'm just trying to give you all the resources that you can use in order to figure out how to do it. Testing. Oh, somebody said rip stream. I didn't know what that's about. Excuse me. Stream looks like it's going to me. Yeah, stream's going fine. Yeah, it says it is. It says stream's fine. Oh, we got a lot of viewers right now. I think this is probably the most viewers I've had on stream. It's probably because Iris is so beautiful that our viewer retention is just super high, you know?
It's because of Luigi.
It's because of Luigi? Oh, this is all it required?
Yes,
all it required was me to devote to a gimmick and y'all were just going to be here. This is it? That's it? Should I keep this on the hat, by the way? Should I keep the sticker? Is that like a thing? Is that stylish? Or should I instead...
You still have the sticker on it?
The sticker.
No. Get the sticker off. It says the Relax Fit Dad hat.
It's right.
Okay.
I'm old enough to be a dad now, so...
Well, you are a dad to one...
That's right. That's right. I'm a dad to Murray. Keep the sticker. It's a thing. It's fine. The sticker's gone.
I have a collection of stickers. I always put them in my journals.
There we go.
Got a cooperation Tulsa.
Bennick says, clearly Luigi couldn't have done the deed weeks ago. He's right here. Exactly.
I know. Ridiculous.
I'm glad we got that straight. People do keep the stickers. Yeah, well, this one said relaxed fit dad hat, so I don't know how cool it is to keep that sticker.
I'm nostalgic. I'm sentimental to a ridiculous degree.
Yes. Universal Ron, I was gonna ask who that adorable person behind you was. See, it's all about you. This is the reason why the stream's doing well. It's because Iris is super hot.
My God.
You know I'm right. Everybody knows. Yeah. Anyway.
You're not so bad yourself.
Me?
Yeah.
No. Mm-mm.
Very cute.
I'm a troll. I'm Luigi.
Luigi's handsome. Look.
Is Luigi handsome?
Luigi's handsome. Everyone's been talking about Luigi's being handsome.
Somebody
said internet thing.
Somebody says Benjamin Allison says Anarch simps for his partner for X minutes straight. Yeah, accurate. Okay.
Yeah, you could make a compilation. I'd like to see it.
I bet you'd like to see it. I uploaded as a short.
I would watch that again. It's a lot in general, regardless if there's a stream or not. He's just being very sweet. love you.
I love you. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, the people are asking about social anarchism and organization, which I love that. Okay, the Canethian says, hey, Anarch, in Especismo, is the specifically anarchist group open to anyone who agrees with the platform, or is it closed off to a small group? Also, how does Especismo fit into means-ends unity? Yes, anyone who agrees to the platform and agrees to go through the vetting process can be in a specifically anarchist group. And yeah, that's open to anyone. It's not excluded to anyone. But of course, a person has to have come to the point where they can agree to the platform and they will go through the vetting process, right? So it's not like it's just literally open to everyone. It's open to people who can agree to the platform. Yeah. And then Pyre follows up. It says, I read Social Anarchism and Organization, and while they did cover the vanguardist aspect and how it differs, I feel like it could use more nuance. Yeah, that's understandable. I think that's understandable. But I think it's important to understand that having an ideologically consistent group of radicals is not new to Especismo. That is not what Especismo is bringing to the table. That has gone all the way back to Bakunin. Bakunin, really like the first major anarchist, excluding Proudhon, which I won't get into all that, but, Bakunin is the one who gave us organizational dualism. So this idea that Especismo is practicing actually goes all the way back to Bakunin. It's a very old anarchist idea. We've just lost it for a while because anti-organizationalist anarchism has pervaded in different places for decades and has made us forget that there is an organizationalist background to anarchism, that anarchism is not anti-organizationalist by default, quite the opposite. In fact, its history began in organizationalism, and that Especismo is just expanding on Bakunin's idea of organizational dualism in the modern era. So it should be said that what they're presenting is not new to anarchism. That part of what they're presenting is not new to anarchism. And in fact, if you kind of read closely in Social Anarchism and Organization, they say as much. They're like, hey, this goes all the way back to Bakunin. We're just continuing on this methodology. So there's also, I don't remember if it's in Social Anarchism and Organization, but there is one that is about responsibility in the organization. And I don't know if it's included in here. I don't actually think it is. Responsibility, Farge. Where is it? Yeah, thoughts on commitment, responsibility, and self-discipline. This is actually a really good one. This one here, they talk about the concept of self-discipline. They talk about responsibility to others and organizations. And it also elucidates this old debate that took place between Malatesta and Makhno. So I think that that's a really good one for people to learn from. Jack Reeder says, I'm curious if you think in the U.S., starting as mutualist, I think we need to move away from the more Marxist scientific and more towards Proudhonian scientific. I don't necessarily agree. I don't think that if I had to choose between the two, I think Marx was doing something more methodical, something that I've learned a lot more from Marx. But it should be said, Marx learned a lot from Proudhon. We have this idea that that's like you had the two of them side by side and it's a competition between the two. But really, it's more like a lineage. Marx comes after Proudhon. Marx is learning from Proudhon. In fact, Marx before Proudhon might as well have basically been a liberal. And then he read Proudhon and became a revolutionary socialist. And then we get the Marx we're familiar with. So Marx learned from Proudhon and expanded on that economic analysis. But I think that he left behind very important aspects of how power and domination function in society. So when I'm thinking about how we want to move forward in a more science-minded sense, it's not moving back to Proudhon. It's in fact moving forward, utilizing modern scientific advancements such as complex systems analysis. I'm really rarely one of these people that's about moving backwards.
Like this sort of inevitable procession and teleological procession towards progress, or, you know, this will inevitably collapse the capitalism XYZ. Like, that definitely a point we missed.
Yeah, I think we want to move forward is the idea. We want to move forward.
Not Proudhon, not Marx, forward.
Yes, precisely. And then there was a follow-up. I'm curious if you think in the U.S. mutualism will rise as a response to the failure of traditional Marxist leftism and the inevitable decline of capitalism. I do not. I think that it depends on what you mean by mutualism, though. If all you mean by mutualism is some kind of embrace of the cooperative model, then yeah, that's already been happening. That's been happening for decades. But if you mean like actual Proudhonian mutualism, no, I don't think that's what we're about to see. Once again, because I think that would be moving backwards. I think we made progress in going from Proudhon to Bakunin. So the way I locate my tradition of thinking goes, you know, Bakunin, anarcho-syndicalism, Makhno with platformism, then Especismo. So that's kind of where I'm at if you're looking for my train of thought. But then I'm trying to update these positions to actually implement modern science instead of just constantly looking back at people who lived in the early, middle, late 1800s. Instead, I think we should be kind of looking at the advances of science in the modern era so that we can understand how to integrate that with our understandings. Yeah. Margot Soren says, well, if it isn't Luigi. Also, I don't know how it would happen, but I think you'd be a great guest on Office Hours with Tim Heidecker. Are you familiar? Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm a millennial, so I was around when Tim and Eric started airing. I'm around when, what was that one that came before it? It was like, you know, Tom Goes to the Mayor or something like that. Like I remember when that first started, and I wasn't super into it at first, but I kind of started to understand it as time went on. But I'd be super down. Tim seems like a cool guy, to be honest. I don't think that's ever going to happen, though. Klatari says, speaking of that, how's Modern Anarchism Part 4 going? It's going really good. I've been making visuals. Unfortunately, I am still not even halfway through.
The visuals are visualizing, though.
The visuals are looking really cool.
Yeah.
The visuals are looking really cool. So, I wish I could show y'all what I'm looking at because it'd probably be helpful. I wonder how well this will paste into chat. Let's see how well this pastes into chat. Oh my God. No, it says no. It's not going to happen. Yeah. Yeah. So it's coming along. I'm on the second of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm on the second of 6 sections in doing visuals. So you could say I'm about a third through the visuals. Stevie J, Michael Malice is cringe, absolute cringe. Michael Malice is just a person who his entire purpose is to pipeline left anarchists into anarcho-capitalism. Hypnosis, you said, did something bad just happen? Did my internet just crash? What just happened? That's weird. It says I'm still streaming. Yeah, the window just crashed, but I'm still streaming. That was unusual. They're asking what you're working on.
Oh. Well, I wanted to do some of my personal stuff first, but then I needed to do, like, shop stuff and work stuff because my brain has been, and my body has been. You don't need to know about all my diagnostic struggles. But anyways,
Take a look.
this right now, I'm working, I recently became an aunt, or an aunt, I guess, to a wonderful young individual, and I'm very excited. I finally get to be the cool aunt that I've always wanted. We're the cool aunt and uncle, childless cool aunt and uncle.
That's right.
Living up to it. So I'm writing a sort of post-holiday letter. They're going through a lot. And I'm just, you know, showing love. Love is a practice. If you're familiar with some of my work, it's related. So I think words of affirmation / just, you know, being that emotional support. That's like, emotions and being able to, that's really important stuff right there. Helping young minds develop. So, yeah, wholesome stuff.
Anarch is the cool uncle that lets you play with illegal fireworks. Yeah, that's pretty true. I'm going to try to teach them how not to blow their hands off.
Yes. Yeah. Definitely.
Ubik says, Anarch, there's talk going around that America is turning into pre-revolutionary France, the 1789 one. Have you heard about this too? I don't know. I mean, I think it's pure speculation to claim such a thing. You can't, I don't even know that I agree that the conditions are the same. I don't think we're in the same place. I think that people are pissed if that's what they mean, that everything's a pressure cooker. Everything is absolutely a pressure cooker. That is 100% true. But insofar as that we're about to have a French Revolution, maybe, but I don't think so. I don't think that's what's about to happen. I think that we are way behind on radical consciousness. I think that people are, that the vast majority, let me talk about this. Okay, this is a good thing. This is a good transition for us. Okay, this is a good transition for us. So there is a model for public health communication, okay? This model, let's see, I'm going to bring it up real quick. Stages of change, boom. Okay, stages of change. This is about how to get people to change behaviors that surround medical decisions, okay? This is essentially, imagine you're trying to convince people to stop doing heroin or stop smoking cigarettes, okay? I think that's the easiest one. Stop smoking cigarettes, let's say. Okay, so what they've done is they've essentially laid out through lots of research the model that works for public communication. I know you're like, where the hell is this going? Well, what I'm wanting to say is that the model that they've got here is actually just a valuable model for public communication in general. And it also kind of understands that your messaging needs to be well suited to where the person is in their advancement of their realization and change in behavior around their bad behaviors, right? So I'm using this in a sense to understand where people are having a radical consciousness. I'm thinking about it like that they're recognizing that their bad behavior or the thing they need to change is being oppressed by hierarchical society, right? And so, there's this sort of lack of consciousness, then the creation of consciousness. And so I feel like these stages are a really good way for us to understand what's going on. Let me see if I can share this real quick so that y'all can kind of see what I'm looking at. Give me just a second here. Okay, I think this is set up right. There we go. Fantastic. Actually, that's set up wonderfully well. Okay, cool. So you can see here the stages of change model. Okay, and you can see they have the changes, the different stages all set out here, right? We have this concept of pre-contemplation. Okay. Oh, I got an idea actually. Give me just a second. I know this is how people want this to be done. People want me to be down in the corner. There we go. See, I'm down in the corner. Now you get the best of both worlds. I know. Okay, so stage one, we have pre-contemplation. That is to say, this is a stage in which people don't even acknowledge there is a problem that needs to be changed. Okay, so there we go. So in pre-contemplation, they're not even considering there needs to be a change. Ignorance is bliss, or lack of confidence is kind of how they characterize it. And what they say is, in order to move people out of this, people have to evaluate their current behavior. They have to think about what they want instead, or rather, what they want in general, what they want out of their life. They have to undergo self-exploration to ask themselves questions about themselves and what their desires are. And then if you're trying to do the public messaging, you have to help them, you have to explain and you have to personalize the risk of not changing that behavior. Okay. I think that the majority of the populace is in pre-contemplation. I think if I had to estimate, 70% of the populace is in pre-contemplation. Okay. But I think that a lot of people are in contemplation. That is to say, they know something's wrong. They know something's wrong. They're recognizing there's an issue, but they're really not clear about what the issue is. Okay. So they're kind of like still fence sitting. I'm sure a lot of us have come across people like this. You know, they're still kind of sitting on the fence. They're not really considering any changes. In order to get people out of this, first you have to clarify the possible decision that they could make to begin to act. You have to talk with them about pros and cons of making this behavioral change. And you have to identify and promote new positive outcome expectations. Okay. This is one that we really fail to do. We fail to move people out of this stage in many different ways. And one of those is that we fail to promote new positive outcome expectations. That is to say, we fail to explain to them how this alternative will be better. And that's not just to say in the long run, our utopic future, but the immediate term actions that need to be carried out, how those will be better. So here's the thing. I think a lot of radicals are kind of going out of this contemplation stage and into this preparation stage. Okay. So in the preparation stage, you're kind of like starting to ask yourself about like, well, I think I maybe do want to do something. I do want to change my behavior. I do want to act in the world, but you're kind of still, as they say, testing the waters. You know, you might be planning to act is essentially what this looks like. It's that stage where you plan to act. And I think people get stuck in this stage. A lot of radicals are right here. A lot of radicals I've spoken with, I think, are perpetually in this preparation stage. And I guess what I'm trying to get across, and the reason I brought this up, is I think the majority of the populace is way back here in pre-contemplation. I don't think they're in preparation. That's where you need people to be if you want revolution. You need people in preparation. You need them to be in the process of going from contemplation to preparation. And then lots of people beginning to move from preparation to action is what gets you these huge organizational revolutionary waves. Yeah. I heard you were going to say something. What were you going to say?
Well, yeah, I can't exactly do something about problems or a set of problems or a system of problems when if you're not recognizing there's problems, if you're just not thinking about that.
That's right. That's right. Oh, it's funny.
Recognize it.
I realize y'all can see the window that I'm looking at here. This is how I look at the stream. But let's see here, stages of progress. So then, I mean, I'll just tell y'all, because it's just kind of interesting. You may be able to kind of use it for your own conceptualization here, is that then you have preparation. People are planning to act. These are the things they say you need to do to move people into this stage. Then there's action, which is to say now they're acting. Okay. And I think what I do a little too much in my work is I focus too much on just trying to get people to go straight to action. Okay. On my work, I focus a ton on, I'm always telling people, do something. And I don't think we spend enough time on these stages, these first three stages. So then after that, you have maintenance. That is to say, this is you in a parallel to our situation. This is you resisting burnout and so on. Right. And then you have the possibility that you might undergo relapse, which is to say you just return all the way to pre-contemplation. And maintenance is what prevents you from going to relapse. So I guess the reason I bring this up is because I think this is actually what's going on here. Right. I think we are not in the French Revolution stage because they were already in that contemplation and planning stage. You already had people that were starting to radically question all these conditions. And there was enormous successful organizational activity toward that end. So I guess what I'm saying is we're just not there. And the idea that we're about to have a French Revolution, I think, is highly unrealistic. And it's unrealistic because we are failing. I want to be very clear. We shouldn't blame this on things external to ourselves. Shouldn't blame this on our enemies. This is on us. The left has the responsibility to act and act effectively, to spread its ideas effectively. We can only blame ourselves if we have failed to do so. Yes, the surrounding system is making it hard for us, but all you can do is understand the hurdles when you are trying to carry out a task. Like imagine somebody who's like at the Olympics and their whole job is to jump hurdles. Okay. And they go and, somebody interviews them. It's like, they fall and they stumble over like the first hurdle, and somebody interviews them. It's like, what do you think went wrong there? And they're like, I think the hurdles are just too high. Like that would never be an acceptable answer, right? You'd be like, well, like, isn't your whole job to jump the hurdles? Like,
You need to train.
yeah, then I guess you need to train, like do something to get better at jumping hurdles, right? And that's the mentality we need to have. We need to be having this mentality where it's like, well, we need to figure out how to jump the hurdles. You look and you're like, oh, that's a really high hurdle. That's right. You need to jump it. And that's exactly our condition. People are making all kinds of excuses. Oh, the right wing has control over this. And, the right wing has been more successful. Oh, they're appealing to people's bigotry. And like, yeah, that's all true. But those are the conditions you exist in. You need to do the job to get people from pre-contemplation into contemplation, from contemplation into planning, from planning into action. That's our responsibility. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry if that's depressing, but I need y'all to take seriously what is actually ahead of us here. Like this is hard.
Yeah. I mean, like if it helps at all, I guess hope pill for a moment. To use the terminology the kids use, I guess. As someone who's like, radicalized or moved people to the left, I had a friend who was previously a Trump supporter, and I could have just completely like abandoned that friend. I could have, at the time I wasn't even an anarchist. It was like a, not even the correct use of SOCDEM, but like Bernie Sanders-esque, right? Bernie Sanders-ista? I don't know. Whatever. Regardless, they were a Trump supporter. I was a Bernie Sanders supporter. I could have just abandoned ship. I could have just been like, no, we're not doing this. But I stuck around and I was like, no, I genuinely see good in this person, and I want them to recognize where there's like literally like incompatibilities with like what they actually want as a person, and like what they like their actual values that they held, and like the contradictions. So it is possible. I'm not saying every case, obviously you have to, but moving people to the left or moving people into a more human and loving conception of the world, it is possible. It is work though. And you shouldn't lose hope on your fellow humans. Like I mean, I did the same thing for a bit for my father, although he's a bit still more work. Admittedly, he went from like kind of conservative to now he's Bernie Sanders. But now I'm an anarchist, so we're still pulling him, trying to tug him along. But it's a process. It's a process.
Yep. And I think that model that I just showed y'all is a good place for you to start if you're trying to change people's minds. Ask yourself where they are in that phasing, and then ask yourself how you can move them from one to the other. And it should be said, one of the nice parts about using that model is that they've done all this research on it. So you can go and just use the model to be like, well, what do they say moves people from one to the other? And use that same framework, but make it about revolutionary activity. So it's totally doable. I've changed the opinions of lots of people that are around me, even on this specific issue. So people keep asking, who is this? This is my partner, Iris, or Iridescent. This is going to be the whole stream, isn't it? They're just going to keep coming in and they're going to be like, who is that? Who is this beautiful person?
I'm an NPC in the background.
You are not an NPC. You're not.
I'm not.
I mean, I'm the one with the video game character dress here, so.
But Luigi's the main character. I'm like, I'm like a here.
I think that you're Mario in this.
Mario.
That's right. You've got the red.
A red. Okay,
that's right.
So I'm Mario.
Kavas says it's Mario, of course.
I'm Mario.
See, there we go.
Mario, both. Hey. Just okay.
They said it's like the Matrix, can't look away from the pretty woman in the red dress. See?
Okay. All right. I'll take it.
I'm noticing that on stream I switched over to the channel screen, like I look it up and they see the channel screen. I don't think anything bad got revealed. I don't have anything bad up, so we're good. We're good. Riley Alberta Strong says, how would someone go about starting something like Cooperation Tulsa in their own hometown? Any advice? You know, this is a super common question I get.
Didn't you make a whole little Anarch bridge?
Yeah, I mean, I did a video which is basically the thumbnail says like what now? It's like beginner's guide to organizing, where I did basically answer this, and so I won't go on at length. All I'll say is step number one is you got to find just at least one other person that is as committed as you are to the ideas. Okay. And then from there, just go use the charter that I've provided in the description to that video. Just go use Cooperation Tulsa's charter and alter it as you please. But I would say step number one is you definitely need to find one other person that has your kind of degree of radicalism if you want to start an organization. If you have more than that, that's great. But 2 is the bare minimum, I would say. Beasativity, Aaron's here.
That's your metamor. Hi.
That's my metamor and one of Iris's partners, Aaron. Beasativity, and this is your actual YouTube account, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Go to channel. Yeah. So you can just click over. I don't know if you can just click over through Beasativity's username and follow their YouTube channel. Pillowwood says Iridescent, like the person who makes the cool raccoon art that
Yes.
Zoe Baker uses. Yes, that's
Hi.
Iridescent. Isn't she beautiful? She's talented and beautiful.
Oh my god, you are just killing it.
You should give her all your money. You should give her like all your money. Just live bare subsistence and give your money to Iris. Oh, yeah, we're doing good. We're doing good.
I mean, if they approve me for a CT scan, who knows?
Oh.
Help pay for my medical mishaps because my body just goes in and out of commission.
Long Defiant became a backer again. Now they've been a member for 12 months, and they said, glad to see your interview with World Beyond Capitalism and rumors of more to come. Keep up the great work. Yeah, I think maybe you said earlier in the chat, I kind of didn't get time to respond, but one time I did a really good interview / debate with One Dime, which was honestly super productive, really interesting. One Dime, super smart guy, really enjoyed our conversation, extremely personable, extremely charitable, extremely good faith. It was a really phenomenal discussion, which kind of had some elements of a debate. It was good. And the after talk, which I think only some people get access to, is also really good. We got even a little more debatey in that portion. I really enjoyed that. So I'm looking forward to that one being released. That'll be out in not too terribly long. Ubik says, that's her making the anarcho raccoons?
Yeah.
What? Yeah, that's her. See? Everybody knows you.
Yep. Technically all pronouns, so if you go, there's no... Just don't mistake me for Luna Oi, please, ever again.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry. To the person, it's okay. I forgive you. It's just going to stick in my mind like a little needle, though. It will needle me from time to time, and I'm just going to be like, oh God.
So somebody asked, what brand of overalls are those?
Yes.
These are Urban Outfitters, I'm pretty sure.
From
Yes.
years past.
Yes, from a while back now. Somebody did about the Luna Oi, they just go brutal.
Yeah, no, someone early in the chat, they deleted their comment. So
Oh, well, they probably didn't mean anything
They
bad
didn't.
by it.
I know they didn't. I don't assume the worst of them. It brought back every single childhood memory of me.
Oh, no.
Like, I was like, oh, no. Oh, it's another Asian femme. They all look the same.
Oh.
You grow up with a little racism. You get, it needles you a bit.
Yeah.
I'm not even, mad. It's just, oof, And we have completely different politics. And we don't look alike at all.
That's true. You don't
Vietnamese,
look alike.
I'm Chinese.
That's right.
I do our makeup completely differently.
Agreed.
We have completely different styles. Not that you see me that often. Maybe that's why they're confused. They're like, oh, Luna Oi learned to
Okay.
Yes, but
Yeah, I was
I'm not gonna be there.
like, you trying to start the beef? You get on the stream one time and you're ready to start the beef. Okay.
No, cancel that. You gotta, like, offline.
No, it's on there.
No. I said nothing.
Got a donation from Beasativity for $20. And Aaron says, Merry Christmas. Aww.
Polykill love here.
Adorable.
Anarchists being disgusting, gross, and full of love. Sorry.
Yes.
What if we have a polykill stream? Would that be just the...
A polycule? I mean, it may end up happening once you move here.
Didn't Luna, Oi, and the whatever his name is, he's forgettable.
Wow. All right.
Listen, they can. It's
Non-compete?
fine. It's equal. Yeah, whatever. They like streamed their wedding or whatever.
Did they?
Have one polykill stream.
So
I feel like
true.
that's a lot more tasteful. But
So
that's just
true.
me.
Yes.
I'm tired. All right, I started internet beef. Guess they're gonna review me now. And
No, we're too small and meaningless. They're high up upon their throne of Vietnamese government money. Okay. We're gonna stop.
Stop, please.
So Knowledge and Defense says, I know some Marxists want a centralized AI planning in all its dystopian sounding glory, but are we sleeping on the usefulness of AI for keeping track and help mediating large scale consensus? I would say that AI is just another tool. It's not inherently negative. The problem is that AI is trained by capitalists. When something like AI is being trained by hierarchical power structures, it's going to do damaging things, and it's going to be utilized for damaging purposes, right? It's kind of like, asking what whether guns are good or bad. It's like, well, I mean, it can be used for good and bad purposes, like, is a computer good or bad? Well, I don't know. IBM helped automate the concentration camps in the Holocaust. So yeah, it's pretty bad. But also, me and you are talking over a computer right now. So, AI, if it were implemented by people who had good intentions for it and trained it on good data sets, could probably do some miraculously good things. I would not consider one of those things to be managing the entire world economy. That sounds horrifying. And if you don't know why, you should go research what's called the paperclip maximizer. Let's see if that pulls up what I want it to. Paperclip maximizer. Yeah, our squiggle maximizer. Basically, the idea is if you were to give some AI this a single goal, and that was almost any goal, in the process of maximizing that goal, it's going to become very, very dangerous. So could an AI be used by us? Absolutely. And I think you gave some good examples, right? The good examples you gave, let me try to find the comment again. Keeping track and help mediating large scale consensus. That would be an excellent use for AI. AI would probably be really good at that. And it would be good at putting everything into kind of bins and being like, these are the categories of the objections, and then keeping track of everybody's kinds of like, changing moods. I can imagine that totally could be a phenomenal use for an AI. But what of course we know is that insofar as that the hierarchical power structures continue making AIs that do what they want, trained on their data sets, and with their feedback being the feedback that determines whether, it's done good or bad, that AI is going to do really dangerous and scary things as we move forward. So I understand people's reticence, but it's just a computer program, right? Like it's just a way of it's just software, y'all. What I do think a good objection in general is just how ridiculously resource intensive it is. And I think that it is excessively resource intensive. I do think we're in a period of time where we have to be extremely careful about using it, precisely because, we're in this position now where I don't remember what corporation it was, but they wanted to keep their AI running, and they had to literally reactivate 3 Mile Island.
Oh, yeah. Oh my God.
Okay. Which I'm not anti-nuclear, but if you're, this is a nuclear power plant that has had a partial meltdown. And I'm not saying that like it can't be made, it can't be improved such that maybe it won't.
don't trust capitalists to do that.
I don't trust them either. But the point is just to give y'all an idea of how resource intensive it is. They're firing up a nuclear power plant to run their AI. So yeah, but AI will be able to be improved, streamlined, made less resource intensive as time goes on, because once again, it's just a program, y'all, just software. That's all it is. So with that in mind, it will probably be able to be made more resource frugal, I guess you might say, or less resource intensive as time goes on. But I understand everybody's fear of AI in the meantime. I would love if there were, for example, just an AI that was trained on just the data we wanted and could be like our secretary in the organization, you know, keeping track of what tasks have been done, checking in with people to make sure they've done what the things are that they've been delegated to do, and so on, right? That would be awesome if we had an AI just doing that task. I think that's one of the most, you know, tedious tasks. It's both tedious and it's power concentrating. So like, it'd be really cool if we could just get some AI to do it. That'd be phenomenal. So Sam gives a $10 donation, and he says, serious ethical question. Has Luigi proved the anarchist aversion to propaganda of the deed for the last 90 years is wrong? Like, what if Berkman wasn't an incompetent shot? Should we be more open to it? I honestly think this is the question of the moment. And, you know, despite every good sense within me saying that I shouldn't discuss the subject because of YouTube and being demonetized, I don't care.
You've been demonetized like
it's 1,000 times. Yeah, this is already demonetized. They're going to take all my money. I'm just joking. I hope they don't take all my money. But here's the thing. Like, we have to have a serious discussion about it. Okay. Here's what it really comes down to. Propaganda of the deed does or does not work based on a variety of a bunch of factors altogether. Okay. And you cannot simply say that it's a checklist and you need them all. And you can't say that, for example, you know, it's not simple is what I'm trying to say before I start. The qualities are, is the target a good target? Number one. Okay. Number two, is there popular sympathy?
Like which way the sympathy is going to go. Is it going to go towards the target, or is it going to go towards the revolutionaries?
That's right. And then number three, you know, is there good accordant messaging? Is it alongside something bigger that can make it matter somehow, right? And what I think is what it really comes down to is that, oh, and I guess the last one I should say, this is though I said there's like four, is what is the scale of backlash? Okay. So like, how blanket is the repression that comes out of it? And it should be said. So like, once again, it's not just like all of these have to be in order at the same time. So for example, okay, let's say that it has extremely high blanket repression, but you have also really high sympathy for the act. Okay. That people are like, yeah, good job. But there's blanket repression. That might actually lead to more radicalization, because then you've got blanket repression, but everybody agrees with the act that was done. And so they're not pissed at the person who did the act. They're pissed at the government for blanket repression when they agree with the act that was done. So that could be very good, actually, in that sense. It could be very radicalizing. The problem, and so to give an example of where that has taken place, a fascismo in Cuba, that's pretty much what happened in the Cuban Revolution. I mean, I don't want to oversimplify, but that's one of the big elements that happened. The urban or the rural guerrillas would engage in urban combat, which would invite blanket repression, except the people of the urban and rural areas supported the guerrillas. So that actually created more anger at the government instead of more anger at the guerrillas. But if then you have examples of this not working, for example, the FAU in Uruguay, they tried to do a similar thing. They tried to do an anarchist fascismo, but theirs didn't have broad scale sympathy and people didn't support them doing it. So it ended up then when there was blanket suppression, everybody was pissed at the FAU. And so that backfired. Or for example, you know, but it also matters, once again, it has to be a good target. That's an important aspect. You know, if you choose a bad target, everybody's just that's not going to do anything. you know, like, but that really means, I think the most important one is like, what is the popular sympathy, right? Like, how much do people agree to the target? Do they agree to the action and the target at the same time? If you get that, I think that's your main condition, but that's really hard to foresee. I got to be honest. That's really hard to foresee. And it's why it's super risky. And it has to be said as well, even if you find a good target and then there are copycats are often suppressed. Like they're, and I don't mean suppressed, governmentally repressed. I'm saying like they don't get spoken about, or they get like erased from history, or the media won't talk about them, or there's just less sympathy as it repeats. Right. So they said, I don't think Luigi has inspired anything. I'm not going to lie. I disagree. I mean, Luigi, there's already been a copycat killer. There's already been somebody who stabbed their boss to death in just shortly, like a week after. So it absolutely has. And I imagine we are going to see that it might do more, right?
I mean, also there's that person in New York who released all of those pamphlets and hung up wanted posters for a bunch of different CEOs and executives and whatnot all around New York City. And the police are currently looking for that individual. Not to mention all the, just emergent memes, street art, and the rest of it. There is, like, there's a lot of, there's things happening.
Yes. No, things are happening. Of course, we all know that it might just fade into the rear view mirror.
What we need to do is, excuse my French, capitalize on
yes
the sort of energy right now and redirect that into some prefigurative action, because it's like, yeah, you do sympathize with that, but wouldn't it be better to build a more humane system? Wouldn't it be better to actually, like, build something, not just, it's because the system's continuing on. What if we built a different thing? How about that? Think about that. Mm-hmm. So that's your entry point.
So somebody said Luigi was just temporarily useful considering he was alt-right. I want to fight back against him being alt-right. I'm not trying to claim he was a leftist. It's not kind of. He was like, I know it's weird to say this, y'all, but he was like some kind of weird radical centrist. Okay.
He was a mismatch. There's no ideological consistency.
He was all over the place. He just he said things where you're like, whoa, what the fuck kind of shit is that? And then he says other things and you're like, oh, that's like anti-capitalist. Yeah, that's what's up. And then like you read his review for, Ted Kaczynski's book. And that book seems to have some awareness of a leftist conception and is sympathetic to it. Right. But also Ted Kaczynski. Yeah, but then you got Ted Kaczynski, and then it's like, okay, but then it's Ted Kaczynski, who is himself very reactionary. But then he also did say some weird cultural conservative sort of stuff in a couple of the posts we found by him. Those are, I might add, the oldest posts, however. The oldest ones are the most conservative sounding, and the newest ones are the most radical. So that might mean that he's been moving in a more radical direction for some time. Conrad Dregg absolutely was right. We watched that video. Yeah, definitely some kind of weird militant centrist, y'all. He's some kind of like, yeah, he's politically incoherent, but that's not to say that that's going to last. And it seems like he's been moving more towards leftism as time proceeds, given his internet history. So let's see here. Yeah, somebody said Luigi is gray tribe. That appears to be what's going on here. We'll see how long that lasts. Once again, he may radicalize left. We'll find out. We get another $10 donation from Sam. Sam says, so Iris, what I hear you saying is that we should all build clandestine assassination cells and make it systematic. I refuse to believe otherwise. Thank you, comrade.
Oh my God.
Yes, you can just quote Iris as having said that in the police report.
Oh, no.
Right.
Oh.
Yes. But just give it up for the FBI. Yeah.
Immediate watch list. There goes everything.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But yeah, no, it's like, Yeah, you have to build the dual power. You have to prefigure so that there's actually something that accords to these radical acts, right? Yeah, I think that by itself, what Luigi did certainly is not enough, but I think we all agree that it led to an upsurgence of class consciousness. Like when you're even seeing right-wing spaces saying some like radical anti-capitalist stuff, it's kind of weird because the same people would have been saying really pro-capitalist stuff like a week ago, but then for some reason Luigi offs a healthcare exec, and all at once they're talking shit to Ben Shapiro in the comments of his own video. It's like, I don't know, y'all. I mean, it clearly cannot be said that it has no purpose. But I do think that the more it's repeated, the less effect it's probably going to have, unless it accords to a mass organizational, not a mass organizational, but a mass revolutionary wave that has a great deal of organization
and consciousness.
And consciousness
preceding the action.
Right.
Like
Radical consciousness.
The order of these things. So.
Yes.
That's the contemplation phase, right?
Yes.
Consciousness would be contemplation phase.
Right. We need more people to get from contemplation to planning, and it needs to be that they begin planning coherently, not just towards anything, but instead that they are planning towards a radical anti-hierarchical consciousness in the process. Dr. Capybara, are we talking about that interesting Mario Brothers character?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, that's what we've been talking about right now. We're talking about Luigi's methods against Bowser this whole time.
Yes, insane.
Yep.
Really incredible stuff.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I should have got a Mario cap.
I mean, it's too late, you know.
Too late. You planned this. You're like, this is my little...
I knew what the gimmick was going to be. You know, I ordered the hat a little while back, but... Necta Hats says, Luigi has the longest wave dash in Smash Melee. Yeah, exactly. Good factoid there. The Gubernator pretty much nails it. Propaganda of the deed can't be the core of a revolutionary movement. It's at best a useful catalyst for organization. Yeah.
Yeah, I like a couple catalysts.
Yeah, got to have them catalysts, yo.
A handful, throw them in there.
It needs to be attached to active, Elijah says, it needs to be attached to active prefiguration, or it's just going to be a mess of political terror without an objective. Yes, that's right. Achilles run. How do you convince people to anarchism, or more generally to the left? Well, I was just talking about that a minute ago, right? There's the what is it called? The method that I was discussing, the public health messaging, you know, like, there it is. Yeah. Here, research this, apply it to your circumstances. Think about this in the context of radical consciousness. Enjoy. Something magical will happen, I'm sure. Okay, I have too many tabs open. It's hard to start closing tabs. All right.
That's how you know you research a lot, or you're just ADHD, or both.
Too many tabs. All right. There we go. I'm getting back to the stream. Okay. Blosh says, Anarch, what's your opinion on the Spanish Republic in the 30s? I don't know if you're talking about the Spanish Republic or if you're talking about the C&T FAI. The Spanish Republic, not a big fan. The C&T FAI, huge fan. Mm. Sam donates $5 this time. He says, excuse me, I have to tell the feds at my front door that I won't talk to them because my wife is also my lawyer, and no, I don't care. Get off my lawn. There you go. See, that's all you got to do.
Add that to the list. Unfortunately, I'm polysaturated, but like, I don't know, maybe I need another comment partner who's a lawyer. You nab one.
Yeah, I'll go nab a lawyer partner, and then we'll be good.
Or ask Aaron. Maybe Aaron needs to nap.
Yeah.
But you gotta pick up the pace.
The Anarch, thoughts on communalism. Big fan of communalism. I think it's really interesting. I think that anarchists severely overreacted to the differences between anarchism and communalism. They do exist, but truthfully, communalism is barely different from anarchism. It has very small divergences overall. And if you look at them, most of the divergences that communalism has with anarchism, anarchists have believed in certain ones of those divergences in the past. So it's really not outside the zone of error here for anarchism. Communalism is very closely associated.
Yeah, don't argue with your fellow communalists over. I mean, unless you're like, fine and it's a little joust. But generally, it's just like we have a lot more work to do than that. That is not productive.
Communalists are allies to social anarchists. Social anarchists and communalists should be like this. It should be the shaking hands meme, where that's what it should be like. We have our goals and our methods are so close that the idea that we should be, splitting hairs on that, ridiculous to me. Also Murray Bookchin's awesome. So Murray Bookchin's a great theorist.
I mean, Murray's named after him.
Once again, we're stuck in this era where individualist anarchists have set the standard for discussion of anarchism, where for some reason we're supposed to hate communalists and hate Murray Bookchin, all because they're angry that he called them out in an essay about lifestyleism. Like, they're still upset that he criticized them appropriately in the lifestyleism essay in the 90s. Like, Jesus Christ, get over it. Like, the worst part is that he's right. So just like, you're annoyed at being wrong and him criticizing you correctly. Stop whining. Just read the essay and stop doing the things. It's so annoying. We need less social clubbing, less lifestyleism, less aesthetics, LARPing as radicalism, and more action, more organization, more integration into the masses of people, more organizing the people themselves to the tasks at hand. Less of this shit about dressing like a radical, pretending to be a radical because you eat right or buy the right products or whatever. Don't get me wrong. Once again, boycotts notwithstanding, we've discussed it. But this idea that your little lifestyle choices are going to threaten the system, absolutely false. Absolutely false. That is not true. Your lifestyle consumption habits do not have an effect on the system. The system doesn't care. It would not miss you if you stopped consuming every single product from every single corporation tomorrow. They would not notice that you had stopped. Instead, you need to build organizations. You need to coordinate together with people. You need to go to the oppressed. You need to find out what their oppression is based in. And you need to create organizations where those communities come together horizontally without domination and determine how to resist their oppressors, to resist the structural oppression, the social structural oppression that surrounds them. There's enough of this stuff where it's just a social club. No more social clubs, or rather, social clubs would be fine if they were a tenth of what we made. But instead, they're like 90% of what we make. We need to reverse the ratio. We need organizations that integrate with the masses, whether they are mass organizations or not. We need less of this personal lifestyle stuff. Bookchin was right. Lifestyleism has been a scourge on the left for some time, and it's the reason why anarchism has no power. People need to stop being lifestylists, accept the responsibility to build something instead of constantly trying to create a tiny little echo chamber of people who all dress like you and talk like you and have all the same ideas as you. That is 5 people off on the side of society that has no power to change anything, convincing yourselves that you're doing anything. You're not. You're doing nothing. Maybe you're having a good time with your teens and early 20s, but you're just going to age out eventually, and it's not effective. It's not going anywhere. We've already seen. We've been doing it since the 60s, everybody. We've had 60 years for that method to work, and it hasn't. It's not going to work. Anyway. Yeah. The Canethian says, how do individualists even believe a revolution comes about if it isn't organized? That depends on the individualist, but many individualists don't even believe in revolution. They're nihilists.
Some variations of nihilists don't believe, not all, I'll be like hashtag not all nihilists, but there's a portion of them that don't believe that it's like essentially doomerism. It's the revolutionary doomer pill, black pill, whatever, so to speak, right?
Yep.
It's not coming about, so you just rebel and revolt in like your small tiny ways or whatever, and it's pointless to even try, which is not really like, it's kind of mind deteriorating, mentally not the best to, I mean, that ends up being kind of like, it benefits the system is what I'm gonna say if you're not, but they're little gestures. It depends. I don't know. Some of them, if you're willing to do a certain amount of action, like it's still appreciated, XYZ, whatever. But the kind that are just like use it as an excuse to not really do much of anything, it's kind of like you're hurting yourself. You're like alienating yourself off of like a wider, broader community that could support you, and I don't know. But like I know though, like maybe I'm being too sympathetic, but like I get being alienated. I get like when you feel very, very alone, and when you've become like an anarchist and you're like there's not like a ton of people, you're surrounded by normies, right? And you've been radicalized. Like I get it to a degree, but it's also like the hurdle thing, right?
Yes.
You just set our mind, the hopeful realist.
That's right. That's right.
Mind to the task.
Mm-hmm.
And that includes developing skills of emotional resilience and networks of support and care. So, love is theory, love is praxis, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here, sit down and talk with them for a minute. I'm going to make myself a drink. Enjoy.
Like a drink or?
Alcohol.
Oh, okay. We're drinking, I guess. Oh, God.
Well, I've been already. That's what was in here.
Oh, you have been? And you've been going off? All right. Okay. Don't mind me. I don't know how to click the buttons, though. This is Where's the thingy?
Oh, you're trying to see the screen?
Oh, I guess that's just
you,
like...
it's the chat's on the right-hand side. That's, it has latency. It's behind.
I see that. Okay. I feel awkward now.
Oh, just look at questions in the chat.
Jack Reader says, "Don't worry, if you are based Luna Oi, Anarch is based non-compete."
What's happening?
No. First of all, no. But second of all, no.
Okay, based Luna Oi, maybe.
What? I'm not a derivative of someone else.
Oh.
I am my own individual. We probably categorically could not be any more different, other than having like the same commonality of being Asian femmes and queer on some level. But I'm a polyamorous queer anarchist with an apolycule and artist and all the rest of it, writer, this, that, animator. I think she writes ? And that's like it. And she writes things, and yeah, that's about it. And I'm a figure skater.
You're cute.
We're not.
It's okay.
But yeah. Anyways.
Keep answering questions.
We're trying to say hi, Iris. Hello. Become ungovernable. Hit all the buttons.
Oh my God.
That would be a Murray move.
That would be a Murray move. Murray is still sleeping.
Regale us a tale of anarchism in action. Wait, if Anarch got up, does that mean he had to move Murray from... No, it's a set of work boots. Although now the goblin's awake, so he might start goblining. Oh, no. I love your hippo with a gun in its mouth drawing. Oh, yes. Mudang inspired. Very, very fun. Yeah. And then my other partner says, then what am I? Yeah, we're in a polycule. Like, it's not just us. Just want to be perfectly clear. Yeah, it's not just, yeah. So we're very different. Very, very, very different. Funny to say. Let's see. Are there any Chinese anarchists that you would recommend that we read? Zoe did a video on the anarcho-feminist wait, give me a moment. There's so many tabs. He and Jen. I'm probably butchering that. Unfortunately, being taken from the homeland, did not learn all of the technicalities. But yeah, Zoe's video is pretty good intro. I have read some of the translated stuff, and he and Jen. It's interesting though, because we do agree on a lot of points. And like, you know, liberal feminism canceled, right? But there's like a difference in so far as like she was espousing monogamy and saying like there's like only one true like man and woman, and I'm a queer polyamorous, so you know, we do diverge in that regard. So don't listen to her on stuff like that. I wouldn't recommend it in that regard. But she is correct on the you know, liberal feminism shit critique as well.
It's Murray. The Murray baby. Okay, turn on this tab right here.
Desktop. This
one, yeah.
This one. This one. Oh, okay.
The baby.
Okay.
Murray baby. Look at that Murray. He's so sweet and cute.
He's just a baby. He's just a little baby.
See, he still bites.
Oh, hi. Hi, honey. Oh, he gave me a lick. So
he love you.
Oh, thank you. Oh, hi. Is he gonna start biting? He's gonna start gobbling?
Not yet. Not yet, he hasn't.
Don't jinx it. Don't jinx it.
Okay, you starting to enjoy this, or you giving me back the seat?
You can have this. I feel, yeah, this is special. Hi, baby. Oh, he's so cute.
He's sweet baby.
Also, can we get some applause for the dress?
Oh, yeah, look at that. Look at
ignore
that.
Ignore the reindeer socks. It's really good. It's one of my favorite dresses. Not that this is a fashion show. It's nothing to do with practice. This is just a
or maybe
moment.
it does.
It does not.
Wait. I'm gonna put. In the title.
Maybe if
I need to put with Iris.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Yes, with Iridescent.
Come on. Fit?
No, it should. Oh, there we go. Iridescence. Boom.
Oh wow, there we
go. Done. Oh my gosh, it's lagging hard.
Well,
there we go. Okay.
Be chill now. Stop. Don't be a goblin. Or don't be too much of a goblin.
I mean, everybody likes when they're a little goblin, but...
As a treat.
Yes.
Oh, good stretch.
Oh. No, that's why. It just crashed.
Oh.
Boom.
Stream crash. Oh, no.
There we go. Okay. Knowledge and defense. Is it true that you have a beef with vegans? No pun intended. No, it's not. It's not true. A lot of my friends are vegans, and a lot of people who watch the channel are vegans. I've made some comments before which were like joking or tongue-in-cheek comments about vegans, and they've kind of taken them weirdly personal in the past. But no, I have no problem with vegans. I think their ethical analysis is mostly correct.
Oh, hi, look at the babies on the table. Say hi. Wait, can you see him?
I can't tell if they can see him. They could a second ago. Yeah, there you go.
Little baby. Baby's over here. Hi. Hi. Don't attack my pen. Don't attack. Don't attack. Oh, he's starting to get goblin. I can see it. Look,
oh no, goblin has begun. Goblin has begun.
The piece could only last
right.
so long.
How long have we been going? We've been going for almost 2 hours. So he was calm for about 2 hours. That adds up.
About right. That
yeah. Caddy Pat donated $5, said, what's your opinion on art as political praxis? I've been thinking about how I personally was radicalized by certain extreme metal bands. I don't know. I bet we both have a lot to say about that. I think that art can be radicalizing.
I mean, Ursula Le Guin had the whole thing. Art is, again,
I think even art that doesn't have explicitly anarchist themes can be radicalizing. For me, I've said before that one of the most radicalizing pieces of art I ever consumed was as a little kid when I played a game called Final Fantasy VI. I don't want to spoil it, but now it's like, I don't know, 30 years old or something. I think 40. Wow. Yeah, I'm old. Like 30 or 40 years old now. But the game, the reason why I was radicalizing is because in the game, you play a group of rebels to a world empire that is taking over. And the game like halfway through does this sort of like liberal thing where it's like, maybe we can sit down and have a talk and have peace negotiations between these kingdoms and the empire. But as it... Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm sure nobody's listening to anything I'm saying because the cat. But but partway through, right after that meeting, one of the enemy characters essentially becomes a demigod and destroys almost everything on the face of the planet. And the second half of the game takes place in a scorched wasteland where almost everything has been destroyed and there's like nothing left. It's like post-apocalyptic. The heroes find each other in the wasteland and rebel against the demigod figure anyway. And that is the story of the game, essentially. The story of the game is that you are these rebels in a magical world where the Empire has gained control over the power of magic and uses it to power machines now and controls everything. And it's just a complete plot twist because the game, you think the game's going to take that liberal sort of, oh, game's over, like halfway through. And no, you still got the other half of the game. The good guys start by destroying everything, but you still keep struggling. You struggle even in the wasteland. I think that was very, very transformative for my little kid brain.
Baby's first Sisyphus?
Yes, baby's first existentialism, right? Baby's first absurdist existentialism. Baby's first the absurd hero, right? Yeah. Yes. Really.
I love that for you.
Brandon said, what is this game? This is Final Fantasy VI, or it was released over here in the United States as Final Fantasy III, so it was a Super Nintendo game. Somebody said something about my age. I am 38. I'm almost 40 years old, y'all. As of March next year, I'll be 39, which basically means I'm 40. Yeah, somebody says baby's first confrontation with the absurd. Yeah. That's exactly what it is. Yes. That's exactly what it is. Yes.
Love that.
Yeah, baby's first absurd hero. Dang, you're young. That's what I like to hear. I'm still young. I got time left. Unless I get assassinated, but it's good.
Don't say that.
Beasativity is 35 in January, so he said he's catching up. Yeah, I don't know about that part, about the catching up part, but...
You are technically, now that you think about it, in terms of like anchor partners, you're the oldest.
That makes sense. I'm basically elderly, everyone. See? Fuck.
You're doing great. Technically, if we count comets, then there's older, but we're talking about just like core anchor partners. He would be the oldest, yes, in our polycule.
They say I'm aging gracefully. Look at these guns. Oh, that's not very impressive. Wow. Okay. Ooh, yeah. Yeah. Look at that. Yeah. It's because I'm in such good shape. Not really. I'm doing okay. What is polycule? Polycule is polyamorous, a relationship of polyamorous people. So it's like includes...
It's a little complex system web kind of. Also, a constellation is another word that polyamorous people use. It's combining the words like polyamory or like that polyamorous with a molecule, because our structures kind of look like molecules when you look at our relationships and our like web of relationships. So it's everyone in the little web there. Very rhizomatic, you know.
Fuck Pink says, wait, is Anarch in the polycule? Yes, I am polyamorous. I have numerous partners. Iris is one of my partners.
Technically just two, but
yeah, technically I have 2 partners, 2 romantic partners. Yes. Anyway, so Constellation is such a cool name for it, they say.
yeah, that's one of my favorite. I prefer the term constellation, but polycule is the one that's more like. We need to raise up consciousness about constellation as the word, preferable word, because I feel like it's more romantic. Polycule sounds really nerdy. Like, not that we're not nerds, to be completely fair, but like,
we could just call it a relationship.
But it's like but people have mononormativity and cis heteromononormativity.
Okay, but maybe we should take back the word.
It is, but it's a system of relationships. It's plural. It's
true.
It wouldn't really work as just a relationship.
True.
I feel like relationships, if you're doing plural, but like.
Fuck Pink says, how do you feel about relationship anarchism? I don't know.
Relationship anarchy?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of know. I've like seen, I don't know. It's like I've heard people, I'll put it this way. I've heard people who describe themselves as relationship anarchists say things I disagree with. Because what I've heard some people who describe themselves as relationship anarchists say is things about how it almost feels like they're acting like they don't have responsibility towards the other people that they're with.
Yes.
And I'm not a big fan of that perspective. You know, this whole like, I'm going to do my own and you just deal with it sort of perspective. I don't really like that. I much prefer the perspective that's like, if you love somebody, of course you have the responsibility to try to make them happy and to try to, you know, co-regulate with them. And, you know, you should make decisions. Yeah, love is a labor. It's partially self-sacrifice. And if you have no intention of self-sacrificing for someone, like I ask how much you actually love them.
Obviously, there's a degree to which like it becomes like a codependent, unhealthy thing, and like we could talk about the nuances of that. But like, yeah. Speaking of polyamory, like look at got a new book.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You got me a book.
Nice. Yeah, I got Iris that book for
all my
Christmas.
love research. Just gotta pay off.
Yeah. Well, Fuck Pink says, yeah, for sure. That's some, but that isn't what it's supposed to be. Yeah. I mean, I suspect as much. I just know how much of the time that when I hear anarchism used kind of loosely as a word, how it doesn't really accord to anarchism and it just means chaos and lack of organization.
I will say like the positive conception of relationship anarchy, I personally agree with, because like it's sort of deconstructing of and remodeling of relationship norms and just like not creating these very like nuclear model structures and being able to have that sort of flexibility to tailor your own like, you know, relationships essentially, and to have that be ever more expansive. And you can have like, you can have maybe romantic partners that function in this way, but you nest with a queer platonic partner, and like you can like, you know, it's like Legos, like you build your own, right? Like
right.
Some Lego sets you're like, I don't really F with that, but like this, or like I combine this and this and I make my own thing and it makes me happy.
Right.
And it creates my own sustainable model, ecosystem of love.
Right.
Right. So.
Okay, we got it. We got a donation. It's about to expire. So, in human form says for $5 says, "Thank you for all the time and energy you invest in your channel. I appreciate that enormously. Y'all are like showing up tonight. Super happy to see it. But we've missed some really good questions. Can you say?
Good.
Yeah.
It's been a lot. There you go.
Where was it? Okay, David K. Jin says, what do you think is the relationship between power structures and the normativity of relation types? I mean, I think that you asking that question indicates that you've already kind of got some ideas, right? Like, it's clearly the case that...
nuclear family model, for instance.
Yes.
Very obvious one.
Yes, the nuclear family model is obviously one which is... When I look at the nuclear family model, what I see is essentially capitalism asking, what is the minimum what is the smallest atom of humanity we can break people into, right? It's the destruction of the extended family. It's like isolating people into this just one man, one woman, two children kind of thing. And in that case, it's just creating this minimum unit size that it imagines can maintain its own system, right? And I think that it's been both purposely and unconsciously emphasized, because purposely emphasized insofar as obviously we know there are laws around people being able to be married to only one person, but unconsciously emphasized insofar as that I think that it just matches with what capitalism wants from its citizens in the current day. I think that hierarchical power structures generally benefit from atomizing people, from pushing them into smaller and smaller and smaller groups that have less and less connections with one another, because that horizontal network of connections is a threat to their hegemony over power.
I mean, it also keeps women systemically, like, not empowered.
Yes.
Because you have, like, you have the division of labor, right? Where women do like in this model, domestic labor is responsible for caretaking. You're responsible for essentially making the small humans be able to, be big humans. And then the father, purely this cog in the machine, providing the family with, his paycheck and whatnot, and doing like that sort of thing. But his utility as like a father relationship to his children in like a way that's like more positive can be like diminished, and his sort of the what's the word I'm looking for, the sort of absence of responsibility for the children, and like legitimately like profound ways, like emotional neglect, for instance. Even if he's, quote, financially providing, being like essentially a ghost in the house, and all of it relying on the mother. And like that makes also really hard for women in domestic situations, abuse situations, when it's even like worse, to be able to escape, because it's just like, oh, you don't have like a model of like other friends and family as much as that you can rely on, and you have these children, you have these vulnerable children, and that's like, definitely, I'd say that model definitely empowers abusers, because I know from my personal experience that I can say that if I had more of a communal like sort of framework, as well as just like support system, I would not have been abused.
That makes sense.
There would have been more conditions, because people were like, oh, well, that's your family, that's your little unit, I don't really care what goes on there. And also the diminishment overall of like just various types of abuse in general, just kind of like downplayed. So all of that to say that like nuclear family model, like, not to say that you can't be monoamorous and still like XYZ, but you can still have just like, oh, I desire one relationship, one-to-one, like that's just
that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
It's the way specifically the nuclear family model functions, and it's very detrimental, I'd say. I mean, like also anthropologically speaking, like the way indigenous people raise children, a lot of it is very dynamic, very communal. Child rearing was a collective responsibility. Mm-hmm.
Yep. As somebody says, that was literally the question. You're answering the question. Right. See, that's the thing. You get to be neurodivergent on live stream. Okay, listen. If people ask a question, they want you to ramble, just like you did. Okay, I mean, so you're like, good.
This is my area of more or less more expertise, I guess.
No doubt. Yeah. Somebody says, I think being raised by a single mom who taught me about chosen family a bit helped me escape the mindset of the nuclear family structure.
Yes, absolutely. Chosen family is super important. Queer people know this already. Queer people, like, we find out, like, I myself, obviously, I built a polycule. Like, I had to build my own system that would both nourish, sustain me, as well as just, make life worth living.
Yes.
It's, yeah. And I hope I can just keep expanding, make communal models. Yeah.
You got a compliment. Mark J says, I have to say the red outfit with the dark hair is fire.
Thank you.
In other words,
like
you're
it's
beautiful.
Pretty anarchist, right? Like black and red.
Yes.
So,
but also you're gorgeous, so you're just going to make anything work. Okay, so let me see. Somebody has asked a question a few times that I wanted to answer. Somebody said, I want to hear your opinions on Makhno. I've heard some deem him a quote-unquote Bolshevik anarchist. He's definitely a dividing force in anarchist conversation. Yeah, I think that calling him a quote-unquote Bolshevik anarchist is, to me, a demonstration that the person is probably anti-organizationalist or extremely individualist anarchist. I do not think that anybody who actually understands what he was saying and what he did and the history of anarchism going back to Bakunin can say he is a quote-unquote Bolshevik anarchist, unless you want to call Bakunin literally maybe the first modern anarchist, unless you want to call Bakunin a Bolshevik anarchist, because really platformism, which is what Makhno was promoting, is just an expansion of what Bakunin was promoting. As for the actual implementation in Ukraine, we can have discussions about that, but that was complex. He should not be called a Bolshevik anarchist. Once again, I think that this is just individualist anarchists trying to pretend that they're the only anarchists because they think organization is authoritarianism. And I think that that's absolutely false. Absolutely false. But Nestor Makhno, smart guy, extremely brave, extremely capable. But, the truth is I don't even know of any really bad things he did, but I would just warn anybody of heroizing anyone, right? I would say before you ever even learn that Makhno did something you disapprove of, just assume he had flaws. He was a human being. Every human being has flaws.
Don't make any idols. Kill your idols. Don't do idolship.
Yeah, just assume people have flaws.
Celebrity.
Yeah.
Kind of the same idea. Kill your idols. Kill a celebrity.
Sam donates $5. He says, families, as all social groups, should exist integrated into a large community. Hence, It takes a village. Yeah, exactly.
It is an African proverb, I believe.
Knowledge and defense. You've asked this a few times, but the problem is I just don't really know. Predictions about Syria. If the HTS are honest about allowing diversity and wanting peace, do you think they may be inspired to adopt Rojava's model despite their fundamentals past? I think that you shouldn't treat me as an expert on that subject, okay? I think that you should recognize me as being an enthusiastic supporter and somebody who does enough research to understand what's happening, but that I should not be trusted as somebody whose opinion on what is going to happen matters. So with that preface in mind, I just want to note that I'm doubtful. I'm doubtful they're going to take Rojava's model into it to be their model. But I think it's possible, if there's any truth to their rhetoric, that Rojava may be given autonomy. Possibly.
The baby's sleeping over there all snuggled up on the blanket.
Unfortunately, the camera won't turn that far. Plus, it would just be chaos. There'd be all this stuff in between.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. He's just being baby. He's just being baby. Yeah. But yeah, so what we might hope for is the HTS will allow them to have regional autonomy, which is what all that Rojava was asking for from Syria to begin with. So we'll see what happens. Jack Reeder says Proudhon is the first modern anarchist, though. Yeah, I would tend to agree. I just think that if you're looking at the person who has the most clear characteristics that are in common with the modern anarchist, Bakunin is more like what anarchism is and has been since that early time. Proudhon's model did not end up being it didn't end up living too long. That is to say, it has had adherents for pretty much the whole movement after him, but it has never really been the dominant model, except I think really early on. In between Proudhon and Bakunin, there was a period of time where Proudhonists, as they were sometimes called, were a lot of the anarchist movement. But pretty much as soon as Bakunin started coming around, you saw that things started to look more like what Bakunin was saying, and really the movement has been mostly a reproduction or progression from Bakunin's ideas, if I had to say. That's just my personal perspective. It's kind of like when you're looking at evolution. okay? And you say, oh, here's the first species where the key characteristics were in place, and that's Proudhon, right? But then you go, oh, but there's a little while after where this starts to finally basically be what we recognize as this thing, right? And that's Bakunin, right? Bakunin is now what, if we say anarchism, Bakunin was the first one who really looked like what we mean when we say that. Amel Irizarry says, by any chance are you working on a video about propaganda of the deed? I feel like it would be pretty relevant considering recent events. I've been thinking about it, and I have been thinking about putting together some bullet points. It might be kind of similar to some of the stuff I said on stream a minute ago. So I was basically telling you some of my thoughts for what a video about propaganda of the deed might sound like. Okay, let's see here. Knowledge and Defense nails it. Bakunin merged Marx and Proudhon. That's exactly how I would characterize it. In fact, interesting to say that very early on after Bakunin began writing, Engels wrote a letter where he literally said as much. And I think I agree with him on this count. Morgan says, what do you think about contradictions of organizing in the imperial core? Things like co-ops and industrial unions benefit from global capitalism. How to combat our own perverse incentives? Well, I think it's always going to be reliant upon what you build being part of a federation of radical organizations. I think that's a really important fact that people are missing. The federation is incredibly important. We can't just have a bunch of standalone organizations all being exposed to the dynamics of the power structures as they stand, because many of those are going to fall to those perverse incentives. We need to instead have federations which hold them to certain standards. That's number one. Number two, I just got to say that that's always going to be the case in an integrated global system. Everywhere you build anything, you are benefiting from the total global system. That's just the way it works, even in places which are in like the third world. And I will make exceptions, for example, of maybe places that are like embargoed very deeply. I think that if you're embargoed, maybe we can say that's not true. But if you're not embargoed, you're probably importing and exporting. So you benefit from the global capitalist system. Everybody everywhere. Don't get me wrong, obviously, the imperial core benefits much, much, much more from it and gets much more than it pays out, right? It receives more than it gives. But I'm just getting the point across that everybody is exposed to those perverse incentives in a capitalist world system. What we have to do is we have to build something that is like the early embryo of what can grow into being something else. And the embryo does not get to demand the change in system from the top down. The embryo must grow into something that mature into something that is fully formed, that has the power to change conditions. So right now we need to be establishing the embryos. And I agree with you, there are perverse incentives in the meantime. But it should be said that we shouldn't get too caught up in this whole thing about our global guilt about being associated with the imperial hegemon. I did not invade Syria. I did not invade Iraq. Neither did the majority of American people, right? We are subjects of the world empire. We are the internal subjects of a world empire. We're not the drivers of a world empire. We are the slaves that make the world empire its national territory function. We are exploited and parasitized by the hierarchical structure itself. So I think that people need to not be, it's like, you talk to a lot of people about white supremacy. You talk to a lot of black activists about white supremacy, and white guilt is not a good thing. Okay. So you like white guilt, like liberals think it's a good thing. Like, oh, I'm so sorry, I did a bad thing. They want to prostrate themselves and get the approval of black organizers, and for them to go, it's all right, you're okay. That is ultimately a self-centering process. Number one, it's a self-centering process, but number two, it's wrong. You didn't do that. It's not like you turned on the white supremacy switch and now you got to apologize because you did a white supremacy. You only need to apologize for what it is that you do, that you act out in your life. In the same way, living in these places that benefit from capitalism, we can't just spend all our time feeling guilty about us being in the bad place. That's just white guilt, but it's about imperialism. That's imperial guilt, maybe you'll say, right? It's self-centering. We need to do the work of creating the alternative structure that can challenge the structure as it stands, so that those other places that are being harmed by the imperial hegemon, the empire will have less power to damage them, because the empire will have to turn its attention inwards to deal with the threat that is arising. So I think that that's the holistic, healthy way of understanding this. And in order to do that, we got to build something. Okay, and to build something, we're going to have to build it in the pervasive atmosphere of an existing system. So everything we build must be built with a conception that it is an oppositional current that has to exist, or it has to resist recuperation and co-optation, if that makes sense. Sorry, somebody donated $20. Killy's Run donated $20. I'm sorry, I rambled for so long there. Hey, do you think the current or future climate crisis has led or will lead to major reform and social change? Thoughts? By the way, I love your stuff. It's been real helpful with understanding anarchism. Well, I appreciate it. I, in a general sense, try to not engage in fortune telling. So here, kind of like the comment about Syria, is asking me to forecast the future. And I actually try not to forecast the future. I think that that's generally the wrong way to go. I think it also leads to us foreclosing results before we have done what we can to change results. You can watch my video Hope to understand kind of what I'm talking about there. But insofar as I'm just speculating, I think that it will lead to major reform and social change, but I don't think that we can take for granted those will be positive. For example, what might climate change do? Well, it's going to have tons and tons of refugees going to all kinds of different places. And you say to yourself, oh, well, maybe that'll have this effect of, diversity and then pressuring governments because they're receiving all these refugees. Yeah, or maybe they just create super militarized borders where they just kill every single refugee that comes to the border, right? Like eco-fascism is just as possibly an outcome of climate crisis as eco-communism if we do nothing. If we do nothing, eco-fascism is a much more likely result. I just want to emphasize that we need to do something, that we have to create the alternative. We have to create the threat so that when the time comes, when crisis arrives, that there is an alternative, that people can jump ship, right? Like if your boat is sinking and another boat comes by and it's floating just fine, people might ditch onto the boat that floats just fine, even if it's smaller for a little while, right? That's what we need to be doing. We need to be building another boat that isn't sinking, And that means we have to create the alternative to eco-fascism, because eco-fascism is an ever-present possibility of all of this. We cannot take for granted that things are either going to go miraculously right or miraculously wrong. Things are almost always a mixed bag, right? You almost always get things that it's like, oh, wow, big good things and big bad things are all happening at one time. And it's really all based on the constituent actions of individuals to change conditions. So that's what I would try to get people to emphasize. I'd just say, don't get too caught up imagining that the inevitable arc is going to go in this direction or that direction, because none of us know what the future holds. Okay. And think about it this way. If things are going to go really bad, you're going to wish that you had built a structure which was in opposition to the really bad structure that's coming. And if things go really good, then you're going to be glad that you built this alternative structure, which is going to benefit from this really good environment. So either way, focus your mind on building the alternative, build something that's powerful enough to be a threat, and something that lives long enough that it doesn't just destroy itself before it becomes a threat. Hopefully that makes sense as a response.
Both a threat and salvation.
Yes, both a threat to the system as it stands and salvation to the people that are displeased with where this society is heading. Got another donation from Fog. with a PH for $5. They said, I feel like this is a silly question, but do you think there are specific places or things young radicals should be focusing us on, or focusing on, I assume is what you're getting out there. Honestly, part of the thing is that my way of approaching people's radicalism, okay, is that if I'm talking with a person, like say one-on-one, or like if I'm kind of like, you know, doing this thing where I discuss things with people individually, what I try to do is I try to find those specific points about where they're already on their way to realizing the bigger picture. But if they're like already radicalized, I'm going to try to introduce them to the total picture in the easiest way possible. That is why that you see in A Modern Anarchism Part 1, I'm like, cool, well, let's talk about the chiarchical mega machine, right? I'm not going to do this thing where I'm going to dance around talking about one issue and another issue. I'm going to talk about all the issues and how they're all interrelated all at the same time, so that it sort of inoculates people against reductionism. So that's why when you ask, you know, are there specific places we should be focusing on? You know, it's hard for me to answer that question because I think that it's going to be very contextual, and everybody needs to have a holistic understanding about how the total system works. And that means that you need to be flexible in how you can approach different struggles uniquely using different tools in your tool bag. No, that's kind of an unsatisfying answer, but unfortunately it's true as far as I'm concerned. Maliki says, have you ever considered using Twitch for streaming instead? Not instead, but I have considered doing, what do you call it, multi-streaming, where I would also stream to Twitch. But no, my audience is on YouTube, so I would get most of my viewers from YouTube. But you're right to say that if I multi-streamed, I might pick up an audience on Twitch, which would be pretty cool.
I feel like are the censors worse though? I don't know. I could be wrong.
I actually don't know if the censors are better or worse on Twitch. No idea.
I don't know enough either. I have an account, but I don't use it at all, barely, really. So.
Yep. Somebody asked, "What are your thoughts on libertarian Marxism?" I think it's pretty sweet. I would like if more libertarian Marxists were a little more outwardly sympathetic towards anarchists, and to be honest, vice versa. Because I've seen some libertarian Marxists try to reach out, and then anarchists reject them. So anarchists got to do better too. If somebody tells you they're a Marxist, it does not mean they are a Leninist or a Stalinist or a Maoist or whatever. Marx was more open and flexible than that. Okay. Marx had a lot of great insights. He cannot just be rejected. And there is absolutely a reading of Marx, which is very libertarian, which is very anti-state, even though we all understand that Marx was in support of a transitional state. But when you understand that what he means by state, that all gets way more fuzzy, and you realize there's a strong commensurability with anarchism. And so anarchists need to be patient with libertarian Marxists who may be using language that's kind of like, oh God, it sounds like I'm talking with the Leninists again. But be patient and talk with them, because anti-state Marxists, or rather, maybe you might say libertarian Marxists, who their conception of a state is basically what anarchists want. They are valuable allies, and they're often like right on the same path as libertarian socialists, or rather as social anarchists more broadly. But what we have to do is we have to bridge a terminological gap. So you need to be patient in bridging the terminological gap. Maliki says, so what would be a libertarian Marxist definition of the state? Well, it's the same definition of the state as the rest of the Marxists, but here's the thing. Marxists generally consider that the state is an entity which imposes class rule. Okay, that's the easiest summary. It's an entity which imposes class rule, one rule of one class over another. Okay, so, anarchists, we have a structural view of the state. That is to say, the state has these qualities and it does these things, has these dynamics. Whereas they're looking at it as only a class thing. The state is like secondary to the class relations, because Marxism is often very economically reductionist. And so what they're saying is, well, if we make a proletarian state, if you're a libertarian Marxist, well, a proletarian state means the proletarian themselves need to rule. And who are they suppressing? They're suppressing the bourgeois, the reactionaries of the old world. If you understand that, libertarian Marxists are basically just social anarchists, right? But unfortunately, many Marxists just say, oh, well, the republic where the proletarian are the ones who vote in their representatives, that is a proletarian state, to which I absolutely vehemently disagree. Representation does not equal rule. Representation is a process by which some other group is essentially acquiescing or by coercion consenting to the relation of their own rulership. And I know that was really a crunchy sentence there, but very crunchy sentence. So that being said, if somebody says they're a Marxist, you can't just take away immediately that they're an authoritarian. You need to listen to what they're saying. If they say they're a Leninist, yeah, you can pretty much just move on. If they say they're a Maoist and so on, you can usually just move on. If they say they're a Stalinist, you can absolutely move on. But if they say they're just a Marxist, you should listen for a little while, just to kind of gather what they're saying, because there are a lot of libertarian Marxists out there, and there are a lot of Marxists that if you just listen to what they're saying, they're accidentally social anarchists. They don't know it, and you probably need to do the work of explaining it to them. But what do we do about the Leninist family and friends? They have a cult-like mentality. You just cut them out. That's the long and short of it. You don't let them be in power. You don't give them positions of prominence. You make sure they don't join your organizations. That's what it boils down to. It's more about creating the alternative community than anything else. Malachi says, what about council comms and left comms? Council comms, yes. Often council comms, once again, are basically just anarcho-syndicalists, like straight up, like for real. And then left comms are a little more diverse insofar as that I can't really tell. Some of them are more authoritarian. And weirdly, they think that their authoritarianism makes them more left. Very odd. But you need to take it on a case-by-case basis. If they say council communist, be patient. If they say left com,
Anarch's Guide to Political Ideologies, shorthand.
Yeah, honestly, this is what a lot of the comments and questions on the stream end up being.
What do you think of these weirdos?
Yeah, what do you think of this group of weirdos? Yeah.
Well, as a nut fellow weirdo myself, XYZ. There you go.
Mm-hmm. Julie says council comms are anarcho-syndicalists, but they hate the unions in Europe. Yeah, I mean, sure. I believe it. Yep. What are my thoughts on agorism? Agorism is a right-wing, it's an anarcho-capitalist, agorism, a free market anarchist political philosophy. I'm pretty sure that this is right-wing. This says left libertarianism, but it says Austrian school. Austrian school is not left. But I don't know. This keeps getting brought up. I keep browsing this as I'm on stream, and every single time I'm like, I can't gather much from this. But like, once again, influenced by Rothbard. No, bad, very, very bad. He created the term minarchism. Ugh, awful. Yeah, no, that's just not good. This doesn't sound good. Every time I see him mentioned, it's by a right winger or by somebody who's in these like this weird mutualist school where they're kind of like this, like, can't we all just get along sort of people? Not my vibe. This doesn't seem good, but let's see here. Withdraw their consent from the state by devoting their economic activities to the black market and gray market sources.
Konkin? Wait, is that
That's his name, Konkin.
It sounds like a worse version, like a microwave version of Kropotkin.
Right.
Kronkin.
Konkin.
Kronkin around. Sorry. Konkin around. Konkin.
Yeah, see,
Konkin.
Peaceful transactions taking place in a free market. Bro just described the black market as peaceful transactions taking place in a free market. That's wild. bizarre. That's a bizarre claim. I mean, does anybody, do people realize that gangs are in the black market? Do you realize that drug cartels are in the black market?
They sell abuse material. Like, it's not, I don't think.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. Dude.
What?
Conkin sounds like a bad Star Wars character.
Conkin.
Sorry.
Nothing wrong with gangs. I guess that depends on the context, but a lot of the time there's things wrong with gangs. A lot of gangs are very hierarchical. A lot of gangs arose as some sort of defensive measure, but developed rapidly into themselves being exploiters of the people in their neighborhoods. It's not always the case, but often.
Many such cases.
Many such cases. So yeah.
Patter Cronkin.
Patter Cronkin? Wow, I missed Patter Cronkin. That's good right there.
That sounds like microwave Peter Kropotkin.
Achilles Run says, hey, what's a libertarian Marxist? I mean, I kind of just described what a libertarian Marxist is. What's the difference between lib Marxist and libertarian? Well, libertarian Marxist is a libertarian socialist. So kind of like what I described. Libertarian is often just referred, like that's what we usually mean. That's what we say for ANCAPs in the United States most of the time. So like, I guess I would have to clarify about what you mean by that. Like libertarian, big L, American libertarian usually means anarcho-capitalist. But libertarian historically is a word that was created to describe anarchists. So like anarchists in France started calling themselves libertarians because calling yourself an anarchist got you arrested. So. Neck to Hat says, what is the best way to argue against or debunk Austrian economics? So there's this great video. Let me see if I can dig it up real quick. I think it's, is it What is Economics? What is it? So is it Austrian economics? What is economics? No, it's not 1 minute economics. Oh man, is it going to be this hard to find? Okay, what is economics? What? It's showing me. Isn't that the name of the channel? I thought the channel was called What is Economics? It's not Economics Explained. What is economics? Wow. They're showing me all these things before they show me that. Maybe I just have the name wrong. Oh, anybody know what I'm talking about? What? No, it's not What is Politics. It's not What is Politics. It's a channel about economics. Oh man, that sucks. I can't remember the name, but it's basically, it's like, what? It's a channel that's mostly about economics or almost entirely about economics. He's not necessarily a socialist. He seems like he's kind of like a sock dim, but he does really good videos. He did one on Sowell, on Thomas Sowell. Unlearning economics.
Where's the pain meds? I'm suffering.
Maybe in the back? On the bedside tables, I think. Here's more though.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, here it is. It's called Unlearning Economics, not What is Economics. They're right that I was thinking of what is. Okay, so like here's one basically that's about Thomas Sowell, but it does a good job debunking the delusions that are at the center of the Austrian school. Okay, there we go. So that video is really cool. I learned a lot. I thought it was a really good video. And it kind of goes into the problems with the sort of delusional, stateless, free market economics. Yeah, it's Extrubulent says, Unlearning Economics is very socked him. I've been quite disappointed by his live stream comments on anarchism, but his videos are good. Yeah, I don't really care if they've got good information in them. They're useful to recommend. But yeah. Maliki says, could you elaborate on council comms being like ANSINs? I mean it literally. Like, if you read Panacoke, you will essentially be reading anarcho-syndicalism. Like, he's basically just advocating anarcho-syndicalism. There are some minor differences, but those differences are so minor that I've talked about it at length with people who have also read both, and we really had to dig to find divergences in conception. It's mostly terminological differences. Like, they're by them being like anarcho-syndicalists, I don't mean that they're similar. I mean that they're basically identical with minor divergences. So, like, basically just think like an anarcho-syndicalist and you're basically thinking like a council communist. Tony Pancakes. Opinions on anarcho-syndicalist. Are you one? No, I'm not an anarcho-syndicalist. I think anarcho-syndicalism focuses a little too narrowly on the economy for my taste. So I call myself an especifist anarchist. Pyre says, council communism quite literally seems just like any social anarchism that uses councils. Agreed. That's pretty much exactly what it is. They have criticisms of trade unions and stuff. But if you actually look at what they just want a different kind of a workplace management that essentially ends up being federated very much like a trade union, except more horizontally in many sense. So they're just anarcho-syndicalists. Yeah, as Julie says, council comms want direct rule of the workplaces by the workforce through worker councils, which is basically just anarchist industrial unions. Maliki says, why specifist and not platformist? Or do you consider them the same thing? I think Especismo is an advancement of platformism. So platformism is cool, but Especismo takes platformism and tweaks it to be more effective. Did you find it? Oh yeah, no, I brought it too.
I ingested the pain medication.
Nice.
I want to go lie in the heating pad, but I also want to do work, so sometimes you just push through the pain. As long as it doesn't affect my sleep again, we'll be fine.
So Pyre says, is there any meaningful difference between state capitalism and state socialism? I've seen the USSR and China called both. Meaningful difference. For me, state socialism is a concept and state capitalism is the reality of that concept. So state socialism, I will sometimes use this to be charitable, to tell people like, yeah, theoretically in a hypothetical world, maybe there could be state socialism. Maybe that's possible. But I never used it in practice, or if I do, it's very rare, because I don't think that there has ever been an example of state socialism. The only possible exceptions I would ever imagine there might have that you could maybe describe as state socialism is Chile during the during Cyber Sin, and Yugoslavia during Tito. And that's pretty much the only examples I've ever seen where that actually looks like it is state socialism. And in both occasions it degraded, but for different reasons, you know. So I think that state socialism is mostly a fantasy. It's not a reality. It's something people used to talk about in the late 1800s and early 1900s, but in practice we saw that what state socialism is actually state capitalism, and it cannot become state socialism, except for maybe those two very niche examples. Ghoul says, you guys know each other in real life? Yeah, we're partners. How long have we been? This is gonna be the this keeps happening.
Right.
Yeah.
What?
How long have we been together?
It's been like 4 or 5 years now.
Something like that, yeah.
Minus, but you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Iris is just visiting right now, but she'll be moving here next year.
Yes, but we didn't get to visit for a while. It's expensive to travel, and I saved up and things.
Little Makwa says, how was your Christmas, Anarch? Honestly, it was pretty good.
Yeah,
we had a pretty good Christmas. We saw lots of people that we loved, and we ate good food.
Yeah.
It was good. Yeah, no, we enjoyed our Christmas. It was a good one. Necta says, is it accurate to call Marxist-Leninism social democratic? Yes. In fact, I would say Marxism-Leninism should really just be understood as insurrectionary social democracy. That's pretty much all it is. Marxist-Leninism has never achieved anything more advanced than social democracy. And I contend that it is literally impossible for it to do so because it is yoked to capitalist imperatives. It pretty much it imagines, because often Marxist-Leninists are stageists, they pretty much cannot imagine doing anything past capitalism. They think that they just need to do capitalism so hard it becomes a socialism. So I'd say, yeah, it's just social democracy at the barrel of a gun. That's the way I would describe Marxist-Leninism. That's at its best case. It's more often just state capitalism. Sam donates $20 and he says, changing topic, in 24 days, Trump is officially back in power. He wants to deport millions, use the military legally, and now threatening straight up imperialism. If any or all of these happen, what is our priority to focus on? You know, the truth is that when I look at histories of resistance to fascism, I see that there's kind of two components. One component is the direct resistance. But the other component is mostly just creating entities which survive repression. Those entities which survive repression end up becoming really important once the fascists lose power, because they always lose power eventually. And resistance against fascism is important. It helps it break down faster. But people cannot necessarily just prioritize one over the other. You can't, for example, not resist fascism and just do prefiguration and hope everything's going to turn out well. Good luck. But you also cannot just focus on resistance and ignore prefiguration. If you just go all in on resistance, they're probably going to crush you and there's going to be nothing left over. You'll have no above ground aspect. So I guess what I'm saying is that there will always have to be an above ground, below ground approach. The worse, the more hierarchical that your power structures are that are above you, you will always need a more above ground, below ground approach where you separate the portion that is above ground and the portion which is your more clandestine militants.
Two things.
Sup?
Two things.
Okay, I'm
one,
ready.
Officially, not to interrupt you for too long, but officially, it's been 4 years. December 2020.
Nice.
So 4 years. So like, and we passed December again. So
There we go.
Secondly, Aaron texted me and says, tell Daniel to stop skipping my comments about Postone. LOL.
About Postone?
Moist Postone.
Oh, I haven't even seen those comments.
There's too many.
They're just going by so fast.
And also ask him when he adopted Especismo. Was it before or after I made the video about it?
Okay, I haven't seen the comments. I'm scrolling back through. I haven't found them yet. But then again, I'm on top. Maybe I should get off of top. Tom, get back on.
He gets metamor privilege.
Live chat. Yes. I don't know who Moist Postone is. I've heard the name. So if that's what you're asking, like, Daniel, what do you think of Postone?
You haven't read him.
I literally don't even know what kind of person that is.
That's it's a Marxist, but critiques some of the common sort of like things of authoritarian Marxists, saying like you need like X, Y, Z, and saying, oh, this model wouldn't work if you did X because like it's like time, labor, and domination. I think is his text that he read that he's really a big fan of. I've read pieces of it. I haven't delved into like I also can't say anything about this, but it's one of Aaron's favorites. So
Gotcha.
I have to say, one of Peacetivity's favorites.
All right. Well, I don't know anything about that. But if the other question was, did I adopt Especismo after the video I did or before? Before. That's why I made the video. That's why I knew enough about it.
He made the video about it.
Oh, I didn't even know.
Yeah.
When was that?
I don't know. I'm asking him, when did you make the video about it?
Well, I also don't know when I adopted it. You know, I'm so bad at time spans like that. Yeah.
Me too, though, to be fair. I guess that's one of our commonalities, time-wise, brain work.
Avatar DM says, hi, just came to the stream on ML Discourse. I sympathize with anarchism, but I don't know how it's possible to transist transition, I assume you mean, without vanguard parties from bourgeois democracy. How can this be solved? You should look into Especismo, but you should also watch my series on modern anarchism, specifically by the time I hate to say it, but it's in part 3 of a modern anarchism that I think you're going to find your best answers to that question. So I recommend watching my series, A Modern Anarchism. And if you're going to still have that question probably by the time that A Modern Anarchism Part 3 comes around, but that's where your question is going to be holistically answered.
I mean, the way vanguard parties are structured, they're hierarchical, right? Like,
yeah.
It's kind of like...
Vanguard parties don't work. Yeah. That's the problem. Vanguard parties just reproduce capitalism.
They model, in a lot of ways, the same... It's like we're not against organized. The problem is the way it's organized. It fundamentally recreates the same material conditions it tries to say that it's against.
That's right.
It's a systemic thing.
It's a systemic problem. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like...
it's inherently structured. We're not against organization. It's the way it's structured.
Sorry, I apologize. I kept clearing my throat. I probably interrupted her. The problem is that vanguardism, as the Marxist-Leninists practice it, is reproductive of the systems that currently exist. And the thing is you'll find them even admitting as much. You can find Lenin saying that we're still just state capitalist and we haven't really transcended out of Tsarist Russia. You can find Mao saying that what we've done is just state capitalism. That was part of his motivation for wanting the Great Leap. Didn't work, but that's another topic. The thing is that Leninists do this really good job as presenting themselves as being really effective. But in practice, they're only effective at reproducing capitalism. They're not effective at creating socialism. They're so ineffective at creating socialism that they created capitalism and then they just convinced the whole world that was called socialism. They basically said capitalism with a really strong social democracy and high nationalization rates. We've transcended capitalism. We're in socialism now. But that's just propaganda. That's not reality. Leninists have not once, not a single time, created socialism, and they have never created it even for a period of time. There's never been a span of even a few months that Leninists, when they have the reins in hand, have ever created socialism. Marxist-Leninism has never once created socialism. So it's clearly not practical. By contrast, the CNT-FAI created socialism, straight up. The CNT-FAI had socialism and even some aspects of communism in its application. And that affected hundreds of thousands, even estimated to be millions of people. So, yeah, I mean, clearly it's not the case. We're just looking at the track record. We're looking at ourselves and saying, how do we move towards socialism? And we go, okay, well, let's look at our experimental data. The experimental data shows that 100% of Leninist experiments have failed to make progress towards socialism. And a small percentage, not a large percentage, but a small percentage of anarchist experiments have succeeded in making progress. That's it. So if you're a scientist and you're saying, which one has more promise? The people who've done it 0% of the time, or the experiment who's done it that has achieved the result 0% of the time, but everybody talks it up real big and has lots of propaganda around it, or the experiment that had achieved it like 2% of the time? Well, I got to tell you, from a scientific perspective, it's the one that's done it 2% of the time. I'm sorry that it sucks that it's 2% of the time. But the other guys, the guys who've done it 0% of the time, are trying to convince you that you should just, like, I don't know, maybe just rename socialism. Maybe we should create a new definition of socialism where I succeeded. You know, it's like somebody running a race and they can't finish the race. And they're like, well, you know, I know this was a 100-yard dash, but, you know, I went 90 yards. And maybe we should redefine 90 yards as being finishing the race. Right? Maybe it shouldn't be a 100-yard race anymore. It should be a 90-yard race. You know, it's just like a loser's mentality. They didn't succeed. They failed miserably. And because they failed miserably to create socialism, they had to redefine socialism. And the United States and bourgeois democracies benefited from collusion with the USSR in essentially their global propaganda cope, which is what it is. It's just a cope with propaganda, where they didn't succeed in creating socialism. They just became state capitalist. And the United States is like, oh, hell yeah. I mean, that looks shitty. People don't want that. So we're happy to call that socialism. That didn't work. So you want to call that socialism? We're down. So the United States was happy to collude on the same, not collude, but to cooperate in the same propaganda, calling what the Marxist-Leninists have done socialism, because it makes socialism look bad. Right? All the Marxist-Leninists want to call it socialism because they think it makes socialism look good. People don't want what happened in those places. Okay? I'm not saying that they are as bad as they're portrayed to be, but they're not notable improvements over capitalism, not enormous improvements over capitalism. They're not paradigmatic changes over capitalism. They're reproductions of the capitalist dynamics, except kind of like more social democratic. So that's cool. I mean, if you want Sweden and you're willing to fight a war to essentially just have like Sweden, that's cool, I guess. But I got bad news. Got bad news about where Sweden is at. It's backsliding into Nazism. So, yeah, as far as we're talking about practicality, anarchists are the only ones that have any claim to practicality at the moment. Avatar says, but didn't only projects that succeed weren't the projects that succeeded only small enough not to bring USA intervention? No. Like I just said, we have the CNT-FAI was like estimated to be around 3 million people. That's not small. That's huge. And when you look at, for example, let's look at stuff that, let's say it's not anarchism more broadly, but it's libertarian socialism that has that 2% or, success rate. Okay. Like Rojava, also 3 million people. The Zapatistas, 300,000 people. And in fact, the United States, around the time of NAFTA, okay, so what happened was the Zapatistas were created around the time of NAFTA. And the Zapatistas began to expand, and they began to take over these big territories with, they creating autonomous governments. The United States colluded with the Mexican government and sent army in there and sent helicopters and military machinery to try to destroy the Zapatistas, and they failed. They failed. The truth is that this myth that anarchists are easy to defeat is mostly a historically contingent fact that came about because the Bolsheviks were essentially pretending to ally with the anarchists in a bunch of historical examples. And the anarchists wanted to do left unity, and the Bolsheviks kept betraying them. So Ukraine, for example, they betrayed the anarchists in Ukraine. Or the CNT-FAI in Spain. They supported the capitalist government in Spain over the anarchists. And so this historical fact of the anarchists failing is mostly the fact that the Bolsheviks were duplicitous counter-revolutionaries, and everywhere they intervened, they carried out counter-revolution. And so in that sense, no. That is not what actual historical example shows. These places can get really big and these autonomies can get massive and they can defend themselves. It's just that Leninists have really good propaganda. So they've convinced people that they've done way better than they actually have. In reality, the reason the Leninists did so well was because they just copied liberal methods of revolution. They did Bonapartism. They essentially repeated what happened in the French Revolution, but they did it in their context. So they didn't never do anything other than a liberal revolution. In my mind, the Leninist revolutions and Maoist revolutions and all that can be classed into the same category as, say, the American Revolution or the French Revolution or any other bourgeois revolution that's taken place. The USSR was a bourgeois revolution. It was not a proletariat revolution. It was carried out, it was fought by the proletariat, but then it gave power to the bourgeois. Kind of in the same way that the sans-culottes in France fought the French Revolution, but then they had their power taken away and given to autocrats. So, yeah, Brandon says, what about the Soviets before the Bolsheviks took hold? Yes, now that's as close as we've ever come to having socialism. In fact, I would argue that right after the October Revolution, the people of Russia created socialism, but it lasted for about 3 months. And then it was destroyed by Lenin. Or rather, Lenin made the suggestion that it be destroyed, and people went along with it. Malachi, I just gave so many examples, I don't know what you're referring to. You said, wasn't there a state during then, but I don't know during what. Like, which of those examples are you referring to? Little Makwa donates $10. They said, what do you think of libertarian Marxism? I think that historical materialism / dialectics can be useful for sociological analysis, but falls short describing ontology. Not sure if it's worth debating, though. I mean, I answered this one earlier, which sucks because, you donated money for me to answer, but to summarize what I said, libertarian Marxism is basically social anarchism most of the time. I think it's social anarchism that often has a little bit too much of an economically reductionist lens, but I still consider them to be allies. And they, insofar as, dialectics can be useful for sociological analysis. You're right, it doesn't describe ontology. For me, I tend more toward like complex systems analysis. I think dialectics is too philosophical. Complex systems analysis can actually do methodological analysis. So that's why I personally prefer it. Let's see here. Malachi, I meant Russia when the Soviets were in charge. No, at the very beginning when the Soviets in charge, that would have been stateless because the people were in control through the Soviets. It was when the Soviets were hierarchicalized by Lenin that you had a state. Somebody said, you're missing my chat. Let me go look. Oh, give me a sec. Yeah, I've missed a few. Excuse me. Sorry. Okay, so Bella, first of all, go to... Dang, it won't just take me... Okay, Bella, I saw you commented something along with one of the things you said. Sorry, y'all. I'm going to have to search back through here. Okay, going back up. Oh, a little more. Come on. Okay, well, I can only scroll back a certain... Okay. Bella, $2, says, thoughts on human scale development theory? I think that, technology is going to have to be human scale in a general sense. I think there's going to have to obviously be contextual exceptions given the necessity of the thing itself. Some things you're just never going to make human scale in a sense. A satellite is never going to be within our immediate ability to control. It's always going to be this very large thing up in space, right? But I agree in general with the idea that technology should be scaled to human intervention. It should be made such that humans can understand it, parse through its functions, and turn it to different outcomes. I think that's correct at its base. But I do think that there are going to be certain technologies that are not ever really going to avail themselves of that. We're always just going to have to create some kind of interface which allows us to interface with them at their proper scale, which may in fact qualify as being human scale in process. But It's Excrubalent donates $5, and they said, ML vanguards have only ever followed monarchies or other similar structures to my knowledge. They've never defeated liberalism. Is that right? That's exactly right. In fact, I would say that they themselves have been more the establishing factors for the foundations of liberalism. That's why in our two biggest examples, the USSR and China, they both became capitalist. Excuse me. Authoritarian leftists always like to say, oh, that's because of outside pressure. It's like, I thought you were the ones that said you had this all nailed down, that you're the ones that can't be defeated by the capitalists. You're the ones that have this special form of resistance to capitalists. So I don't really take that to be a very, very good excuse. But it should be said that both the USSR and Maoist China ended up just turning into capitalism in a very gradual sense. You know, the USSR slowly sort of devolved into capitalism until finally it fell and we just established basic capitalism, not even state capitalism. And the USSR, or rather Mao's China, I would say they didn't even go too they started moving towards capitalism during their vanguard period. I mean, like you had towards the end of Mao's lifetime, Deng was becoming a notable figure, and Dengism was basically the beginning of what they call the capitalist road in China. So I would say that those were basically both just preparations. Once again, just to be completely clear, those were bourgeois revolutions, essentially. And that's because they used hierarchical power structures and they maintained capitalist production imperatives. Maliki asked, what did NAFTA do so horribly that it sparked the creation of the Zapatistas? I won't say I know the exact details, but I know that what NAFTA did was it created a basis for how trade agreements were being made. And that harmed the indigenous farmers of Mexico. I think it was that the government, essentially, it was demanded that they would export a certain amount of corn, which meant that they had to establish particular kinds of. Oh my gosh, I just have so much drainage today. I'm sorry. They had to establish a certain quota, and that was done by the indigenous farmers there, and they grew a lot of corn because obviously has a cultural significance to the indigenous people of at least Central and South America. And my impression is also, Central and North America, but my impression is also South America. And so they were still growing a ton of corn. You know, they're good at it. They know what they're doing. And NAFTA established a kind of exploitative relationship between the indigenous people there and the American government. That's why the American government colluded with the Mexican government to try to destroy the Zapatistas unsuccessfully in the 90s. Sam says, but Daniel, you're forgetting that Lenin was actually correct. His state did, in fact, vote itself out of existence. Yeah, just not towards socialism, huh? Yeah. Yeah, it certainly abolished itself in favor of regular old capitalism. Good stuff. Quality, high quality. Let's see here. Beatrix von Hayden says, how do you deal with dissent from reactionaries in a socialist country in a world where capitalism still exists? Violent repression did not work in the USSR and you cannot reason with them. I mean, I will say that I do think to some degree that violent repression in the form of the Civil War did work, and it was necessary. The USSR was right to fight the Civil War. The Civil War against the White Army had to be done, and I would say it was good that they did it. That is something that's going to have to be done in many of these occasions. You will need to win a war, a regional conflict with the reactionaries in your country in order to establish whatever comes next. I mean, the CNTFAI knows that just as well as anybody, right? But I will agree with you that extended domestic repression did not work. I would actually say that was actually one of the biggest reasons why it all fell apart, and their constant paranoia and desire for absolute control being centralized in the Bolsheviks was a big cause of the reason why that it failed ultimately, and the reason why it turned into state capitalism, never was able to evolve into socialism. So violent repression did not work in that sense, but I actually think that the problem in the USSR was that they were a little bit too forceful. If they had done gradual campaigns on a lot of the things that they were doing in a lot of situations, that could have worked out really well, especially out in the countrysides. They pushed way too fast to collectivize the farms. They definitely should have gone slower and gone at the rate at which the farmers were willing to collectivize their farms. But that violent repression caused a lot of problems, which led to some of their food shortages that took place. And you're right that you can't reason with them, but the truth is that's just kind of why you have to exclude them from your federations, and that's why you're going to end up at war with them a lot of the time. That is, unfortunately, probably going to be the default orientation of any of these projects towards reactionaries. Reactionaries, however, that doesn't mean that they can't just live in the society if they don't want to fight some war of rebellion. Right, okay, look at the Zapatistas. The Zapatistas aren't doing like extensive domestic repression campaigns. Yeah, you got to imagine there's some people there with reactionary ideas. You got to imagine, like, it's a poor community. Poor communities often give in to reactionary ideas. So you got to imagine there are people there that think all kinds of bad things and probably want bad things, but notice that they're not gaining power anyway. And I think a big part of it is that you create more domestic reaction as well if you go too overboard with the domestic repression. So I actually think that what you want to do is create a society where the structures inherently tend towards a liberatory mode. That is to say, people living in the horizontal structures is itself a reconditioning process. Whereas in a hierarchical structure, you have a bunch of people that go, oh, well, I mean, what? Hierarchy can't be that bad. I see you've structured everything here hierarchically. Why is it your hierarchy and not mine? But in a horizontal society, it's like, no, you reject all hierarchies, yours included. So it's time for you to come and be pluralistic. What's up, Iris?
Nothing, just standing because my body hurt when sitting.
Oh, okay.
Body pains.
But yeah, so...
Did you finally catch up to all the...
Looks like it. I think I've missed so much stuff. Let's see. Yes, this is, if you were to the clue is giving somebody tips on how to quote mine this video. The Bolsheviks ... are ... good. Anarch 2024. Right. Yeah, there you go. Murray Book Kitten, a little Makwa says, I want to see Murray Book Kitten cause some chaos. Well, I'm glad to tell you that he is not in a chaos-making mood right now. He is sleeping.
I did play with him this morning, so that might have helped.
Yeah.
This contained some of the chaos. Also, he was really into my apron string, so I just tied it to a chair, and he... that and a plastic bag had time with that. He loves trash. He really loves trash.
Yes, he loves little pieces of trash. He can't get enough.
He will just find little random pieces of garbage and amuse himself. Sometimes, when he's not, like, attacking and being goblin at us. So.
How long have we been going? We've been going for 3 hours. I think 4 hours is kind of generally the mark, but three to 5 is kind of usually what I go for.
Wait, so how many?
We're at 3 currently.
We're at 3, okay.
Yeah. So people are asking tons of questions.
There's a lot, yeah.
Avatar DM says, what about the Cultural Revolution? This was quite strong attempt on decentralized grassroots revolution, even though opposition from the Vanguard Party. So the Cultural Revolution...
You already...
Yes. You should watch part 3.
So many essays.
Watch part 3 of The State is Counter-Revolutionary. I already talked about the Cultural Revolution there, but I mean, I'll comment on it again just because. So
fan favorites.
The Cultural Revolution, I would say, was not in any way an attempt to actually create decentralization. It was completely cultural. In fact, like all the power remained in the government. During the Cultural Revolution, we did have a few communes that were created, but all of the communes were just co-opted by the government. None of them were given any power. If the government had been wanting to make the Cultural Revolution an opportunity for decentralization of power, it would have like certified the communes as the new autonomous governments of their areas. That would have been the most obvious thing to do. Oh, revolutionary commune comes up, turn it into an autonomous government. Boom, that's decentralization. You're ready to go. They didn't do that. Quite the opposite. They turned all of these communes into like arms of the party, basically. What they did is they would have all of them kind of infiltrated by government, what are them, cadres. So cadres would go to the communes and then try to get elected into the representative system so that the government still controlled the communes. So the Cultural Revolution was not at all a decentralization of power in my mind. It was a cultural movement which had some really good aspects. And don't get me wrong, like the Shanghai Commune was attempting to become an autonomous entity, but it was sabotaged by the Chinese government from being able to become an autonomous entity. It was forced to take on a representative form of government and then to let Chinese party members become powerful within it. So no, the Cultural Revolution was absolutely not a move towards decentralization. There's a much better argument for the Great Leap making a move towards decentralization. There are also problems with that, but certainly not the Cultural Revolution. That did not at all have any potential. The Cultural Revolution was just Occupy on steroids, basically. It was not a revolutionary movement, or rather, the Chinese government did not intend for it to be a revolutionary movement, nor was it ever possibly going to allow it to be a one. Yeah. Yeah, rip to the Shanghai People's Commune.
Yeah.
Yep, they were the real ones. They were the real ones. That could have been something right there. Achilles Run says, I think your content is so enjoyable and fun. Thanks for making such good content. Enjoyable and fun.
Enjoyable and fun.
Nice. Enjoyable and fun. That's
lighthearted. It's fun. It's unseen.
Yeah, lighthearted.
It's very calm. It's very relaxing.
Yeah.
We just are talking about historical failures of political movements.
No big deal.
Structures.
No big deal. Yeah.
Like the plight of human suffering. It's
it's
very chill. It's very
very cutesy, very demure. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Erwin says, do you have any self-critiques for anarchism? I mean, you've heard me criticize individualist anarchism and lifestyleism. I mean, it's all over the place, and I think that is what is keeping anarchism weak, lifestyleism. And, yeah, so I don't know if you heard earlier, but that's what I was talking about. Valium says, I appreciate your theoretical work and humble attitude. Humble. Well, everybody's just giving me new compliments today. They're just loading up on ones I've never even heard before. Nobody's ever said that about me. Yeah. Fun, enjoyable, and humble.
Yeah.
Y'all, you heard it here.
Put that in your bio.
You heard it here. Critiques for social anarchists. I don't know. Social anarchism's pretty sweet. I mean, I guess they maybe still don't do enough work a lot of the time, actually trying to conceive of what the structure will look like what that transition between what they build and then what can come into place in that transition. They often still aren't doing enough work actually understanding what that will look like, applying methodology and science to understand what the conditions are, how things work, why they work that way, and then trying to coherently and cohesively plan for that movement forward. So, Anarch, godlike figure we should worship. Exactly.
Also, Anarch, why do all guys in polycules look like Bosch?
Do they? I don't think that's even true, but I mean...
Apparently.
I don't think I really look like Bosch. Just because I have a beard? Jeez.
Oh, not. You're saying all men with beards look the same.
That's right. Are you trying to say all men with beards look the same?
It's the same way I look just like Luna Oi.
That's right. Oh, wow. Wow. I feel like it was like the first thing that was said on stream, and that's the only thing the whole stream has been about, basically.
No, it isn't. It's just, I told you it would needle me. It's a needle me. Just an old wound, man. All right.
Got $5 PLN. Kind of beardist. From Avatar DN. They said, thank you. The modern anarchism essays are now on my watch list. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. You asked questions about things, and I've maybe recommended both the modern anarchism and the state is counter-revolutionary. Both of those series, I think that if you were to just watch a modern anarchism and the state is counter-revolutionary, you would understand a lot of my perspective. You'd get the vast majority of my perspective. I think you could extrapolate a lot from there.
You're getting new compliments.
I'm getting new compliments. What's that about? You look like the farmer in the American Gothic painting. That's not a compliment.
I thought that would be a compliment.
Have you seen him?
Wait. If it's not the one I'm thinking of, wait.
Oh my God!
Wait, not that one.
That's the farmer in American Gothic. That's the one they said.
No,
that's right. Yeah, it's fine. But it's so funny that you're like, look, I got a new compliment, and you tell me I look like the dude from the American Gothic.
No, I thought it was a different one. I'm sorry. I thought it was a different one.
Oh my God, that's so funny. Okay, yeah, okay. We're gonna go look up the American Gothic because they're all like, show us. Yeah, I mean. Sometimes I gotta.
I thought it was a different one. I thought it was a different.
It's so funny.
Okay, that's embarrassing. As someone who studied art history, I didn't recognize.
This is the American Gothic painting. This is what I look like.
This is a shameful moment for me, and it's immortalized online. This is.
Oh my God.
No, I misremembered. I thought it was a different painting.
Okay, that's fine. It's okay to say that you made a mistake in your expertise.
Well,
I mean, I do it all the time.
Art making, not art history. I did take some art history.
That's right. Yeah.
Because I had to for my context and whatnot. Blah blah blah.
Okay, boom.
Anyways,
that's the one. That's the one. That's so funny. Okay, that one's gone. Done. We're back. We're back to face. Let's see here. Will you do a Zoe Baker collab? The thing is both me and Zoe are the type of people where we're just like, we have a vision and then we want to get it done just like we want. And then we're going to release it in the exact way that we want to release it. And that's kind of just it. Like, I believe me and Zoe could do a collaboration, but I honestly have no idea what that would look like.
I'm like the link between you guys.
That's right.
Because I've worked with both of you.
That's right.
Which is hilarious.
I actually don't know what it would look like for us to do a collaboration. It's not impossible by any means. I'd be happy to, but am I a market abolitionist? Yes. I don't think that you can do it immediately, but I think it's the goal. The goal is to get rid of the market and to have direct distribution based on need. An Anarch Zoe Baker podcast. I mean, yeah, maybe, I don't know, just us having a conversation about something. Something says Anarch and the American Gothic farmer look identical. See, what have we done here? What have we done?
Remember, you're enjoyable, you're fun, and you're humble.
That's right. I'm enjoyable, fun, and humble. That's what we've learned today. See, that's the highest compliment in the whole thing right here. You look like you should be in a Mujeres Libres photo.
Maybe.
Dang. See, that's sweet.
I did make him a little raccoon plushie with a little SCNTFI hat, speaking of revolutionary. But anyways, yes, Mujeres, that is big compliment.
That is Mujeres Libres. That's what's up.
Yeah, that would be cool. That is a... Free Women of Spain is a really good book. You should read it if you don't know about Mujeres Libres. So, yeah.
True. Mujeres Libres is what's up. See, there we go. That's a compliment. Beatrix von Hayden says, I don't see the resemblance. That's a compliment.
He still has hair on his head. And a beard.
Yeah.
So how is it even?
It's dwindling quickly, but it's there. Not that quickly, kind of slow, but you know, eventually I'll be bald, I'm sure. Collab with Zoe and Andrewism would be amazing. Zoe's a platformist, and Andrewism, well, in the past, Andrewism seemed like he was a specificist, but these days I'm not quite clear. I'm
going to let you in on a little secret. Zoe, when watching Andrewism's work, is like completely envious of Andrewism's graphics and whatnot. As someone who's like close to Zoe and we like talk and stuff, she's like, yeah, Andrewism's, oh my god, the thumbnails, everything, the graphics, the animations, everything's so good. I wish I could be put together like that. And I was like, but and I tried to say, well, you know, Zoe, you have your own like sort of aesthetic. It's like, yeah, but his is just so good, so snappy. So if you wanted to know about Zoe's opinion on that, there's the insider look.
Yeah, I went on Andrewism's channel on a live stream not too long ago, like in the last year. But yeah, we'd have to create a situation where it made sense, you know. Like obviously the three of us talking makes sense, but we'd have to like figure out what it is we're even going to talk about. Because all of us are usually the ones getting invited onto the podcast. We're not the ones doing the interviews, so.
How much are you drinking?
I mean, a considerable amount. That's the second class.
Okay,
I'm feeling great.
Don't push it too.
Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Doing good.
Yeah, but Zoe's funny meme videos are funny. Yeah, I know. It's the contrast between the sort of like very calm, very like, you know, academic delivery and like the very like made in paint MS memes. It's just, I personally think juxtaposition creates a lot of humor. But that's why I love Zoe's work. Although she has used some of my things, and I've made some things, full illustrations for her. It's funny. We get along. We do things.
Beatrix says, dude, Makhnovist aesthetic is bleak as hell. I mean, yeah. It was a warrior culture. Oh my god, why do the Cathar? Is it the Cathar? No, what were they called? What were the people that he came from? Makhno came from like a warrior people.
I'm sorry.
Oh my god, this drives me nuts. I forget it every single time. Cossacks, the Cossacks. There we go. See, this is the thing a lot of people don't know. Okay, one thing that people don't know is that Ukraine, the Cossacks were Cathars, or the cat people in Star Wars. They're also a historical, religious organization. Anyway, but the Cossacks were a warrior people. They rode horses, and they resisted being suppressed by the Ukrainian power structure for a very long time. And Makhno came from Cossacks, so he definitely came from a warrior history, and the warrior history of Ukraine, I think, was an enormous part of why that the Free Territories of Ukraine exploded like it did. So when you look at that and you say it's bleak, it's like, yeah, there's like skulls on it. And like, if you like listen to their anthem, it's like talking about how they're going to spray their enemies with machine guns and stuff like that. And it's like, yeah, they were fighting an aggressive insurrectionary conflict against hierarchical power. Like they were a warrior people. That being said, it wasn't very visually pleasing. I would have to agree with that. Erwin Reggie says, are the claims of Makhno's army's war crimes true? And if so, do you have any comments on it? My impression is that they are true to some degree, but that Makhno was disapproving and he punished people who carried it out with execution. So insofar as Makhno can be said to be responsible, Makhno was not down. He anytime that he heard about people carrying out pogroms, they were absolutely persona non grata immediately. So Did it happen? Yeah, but it happened in literally every single conflict in that period of time. The USSR, it was much worse. It was at much larger scale. The Soviet troops did enormous pogroms, like brutal massacres. I'm not just talking about reactionaries. A bunch of different kinds of people, and they ethnically cleansed essentially. And I don't mean they killed all of them, but they pushed out the native people of the USSR in the process. Not to say that, of course, that what was happening there in Makhno was more acceptable, just to give you a context of what it was like at that time and how bad that this was. That basically in every single conflict you had these pogroms taking place. But it doesn't appear that they were taking place in them any worse than was taking place at baseline. Baseline was just terrible. Yeah, Pyre says Makhno has gone on record saying that he had his soldiers shot for carrying out pogroms and heavily disagreed. Yes, he had them executed, as I understand. Anybody who was found to be carrying out the pogroms was executed insofar as Makhno was to give any orders about it. Ian Mortensen says, I've always heard tankies talking about the Black Army murdering Jews, and I always wondered where that was coming from. Yeah, it's an exaggeration of that event. They made those pogroms out to be bigger than they were. They made out the free territories not acquiescing to strict private property laws as them being like bandits. They basically just lied. The Bolsheviks lied about all anarchists constantly during this period of time. They lied about them in Spain as well. They said the CNTFAI were fascist sympathizers. Yeah. Makhno's life period is crazy. If y'all haven't listened to the Behind the Bastards on Makhno, on Nestor Makhno, you should, because it's so good.
I haven't, so I guess I gotta add that to my list.
It's so good. It's so good. Clue says, is the Discord server reading group ever coming back? It should be clear the Discord server reading group, insofar as that what it's been for the last year or two, has basically just been us inviting people to the Cooperation Tulsa reading groups. But there was one a while back, more than 1 or 2 years ago. There was actually like a devoted one for the server, but that mostly it's just been us inviting people to the Cooperation Tulsa ones. Throne Carp says, your thoughts on Chaz a few years on and the effectiveness of small versus large confederations? Chaz was highly ineffective, but that's because it was highly unorganized. Chaz was the result of autonomous actions by protesters. Protesters in mass on the streets, pushing more and more and more, taking more and more and more territory, until eventually they had a place where the cops wouldn't come. Like they had basically an autonomous zone, and in that autonomous zone was the police station, the abandoned police station. So the police station had been emptied out and abandoned, and they had an autonomous zone in the Capitol Hill area just around it. It was not organized nearly enough. That is to say, beforehand, they didn't have any plan for what victory looked like. And then once they claimed the autonomous area, it's like they were terrified of keeping it and they didn't know how to organize it. They were just like, everybody will just do as thou wilt and figure it out on the spot. And it turns out, as social anarchists have said many times, that doesn't work. And in fact, that helps exploiters gain power. Unstructured helps exploiters exploit people. The exploiters don't look forward to horizontal power structures being put in place because it makes it harder for decisions that are made by the group of people to favor them. But if there's no rules, they can just come in and strong arm people. So you absolutely did have people coming in from the surrounding area, some of them in fact involved in gangs, who were trying to push people around and trying to get them to do what they wanted them to do. Ultimately, I will say in the long term, it didn't ultimately work out. They didn't get control, but there was this continual problem with that taking place. And that's because, once again, it was unstructured and because there was not a set of rules and norms about what was going to take place there. Also, it being unorganized in the sense of defense. was a problem, because then you have people that are there doing defense, but they're not communicating well with each other because there's no clear confederation between them. So they don't have any communication networks often. And you get people doing really bad and vigilante shit that's dangerous and literally got 2 people killed. So I think it's a perfect example of how non-organizationalism doesn't work. Non-organizationalism is only effective at all in doing autonomous actions, and even then only individual or short-term autonomous actions. Even long-term autonomous actions, you still want people to be organized. But like if you're just going to do a thing, like you're going to organize an event or something, yeah, put together some group that doesn't, you don't need a charter, just do the thing. And then once it's done and you move on. But if it's anything serious, it needs a set of rules and norms. Those are just going to be horizontal rules and norms. So that was its major failure. It needed to establish a General Assembly day one that determined everything that was going to take place there, and that it met every single day. And people that showed up got to determine what the rules and norms of the autonomous zone were. Because that didn't happen, it was unorganized. The chaos led to exploiters having power and people making messy mistakes, which got people hurt and killed even. And ultimately it folded like, you know, wet toilet paper against the police when they decided they wanted to reclaim it. Put up no resistance and got crushed. It was inspiring while it was happening. Everybody was like, whoa, this is pretty sweet. They claimed a block in downtown Seattle? Whoa. But when you got all that in context, you see what a missed opportunity that it was. You know, big missed opportunity. So I'll think about doing a video about this at some point. Black Omega says, what do you mean by autonomous action? Yeah, I mean, I was using that kind of loosely or colloquially. I wasn't using that in like a really densely theoretical way. But I guess what I was trying to say is things that are not widely coordinated, right? Like these things where it's like you do it with a small group of people and you make all the decisions that are pertinent among that group of people, as opposed to large scale coordination is essentially what I was contrasting there. Dr. Capybara says, can you share info about Cooperation Tulsa? Yeah, I mean, I'll give you all the Cooperation Tulsa Open Collective. If you would like to donate to the group that I am in here in Tulsa called Cooperation Tulsa, then here is a link to our Open Collective. This is basically just a way for people to be able to pay us money. Yeah, thanks for linking it beforehand. That is a way, that's how we get the money we use to do things in the group here in Cooperation Tulsa. So we're trying to establish, we have 2.5 acres of land that we're trying to develop. So you can imagine all of the different costs that might come along with trying to develop 2.5 acres of land.
Develop and rehabilitate.
Restore the biodiversity there, right? Yeah. So that is how you can contribute to Cooperation Tulsa, absolutely. But if you want to learn more about Cooperation Tulsa, because why would you want to contribute to it unless you even know what it is, right? Cooperation Tulsa Anarch. Let's see what it brings up when I do that. Oh, beautiful. Yes, the right video. Phenomenal. There it is. Okay. I need to make a new thumbnail for that. The thumbnail sucks. Anyway, here it is. This is a video about Cooperation Tulsa and the history of the group, where we come from. And if that is interesting to you, you should become a donor, a recurring donor at our Open Collective. Yeah, so let's see. I'm starting to come around to, I think I'm reaching about my limit on stream here. Clue says, do you ever have any ideological troubles working in a communalist organization as an anarcho-communist? No. In fact, I was one of the 2 founders of the organization. I think communalism offers an extremely valuable way of communicating with the average person. Okay. Its aesthetics, its name, its key authors, all of these they're not associated with like scary radicals in the United States. The word communalist, they're like, oh, that sounds good. You say, I'm a social ecologist. Oh, I don't know what that is, but it sounds harmless. Oh, your colors are green and yellow and red. Ooh, that seems nice. That's satisfying. You know, it's not like red and black. We're not the anarchist organization. You know, that just is.
Even though you functionally are, it's just friendly.
Right. It's a more friendly advertising, honestly. Like, I mean, that's the long and short of it. The group is devoted to Murray Bookchin's values. In fact, our reading groups, we've read 4 different books and 2 of them were Murray Bookchin. So like, it's not as if we are falsely claiming the group is communalist, but it should be said that anarcho-communism and communalism are like 1% different. Do you hear me? They're like 1% different. Okay. Maybe I would say if somebody were to talk me down from that and be like, no, it's more, 5% is maybe the most I would expect. 5% different. That's all I would accept. So it's like the group is full of anarcho-communists. Like the group is full of ancoms. The 1% difference is basically over, do we prefer majoritarianism? Bookchin kind of prefers majoritarianism. I think that is an issue for which we all agree we'd rather use consensus. So the group uses consensus. And Bookchin, in his late work, supported more intervention in the most local of elections. That is to say, like literally the bottommost elections, nothing up from that. We disagree with that. But that is literally about it. We pretty much just don't support those aspects. And the group doesn't function through those aspects functionally. This group does not use majoritarianism. We use consensus, and we don't engage in local electoral politics. So the group is functionally anarcho-communist, right? But it is, by all of its mechanisms, a communalist organization. It is precisely what it says it is. It's just that we prefer to use a phraseology and an iconography that helps people, that gets past this hurdle of people misunderstanding what you're saying because you start with a certain word. Like if you start with the word socialist, people are like, oh, you want the state to control everything? Or if you start with the word anarchist, they're like, oh, chaos and fire, you know? Oh, you're a communist. Oh, you mean you support a dictatorial, centralized state?
Yeah.
Right? And you say, oh, I'm a communalist, or oh, I'm a social ecologist, and it just cuts straight through all of that. And the truth is the group is focused around these principles of social ecology and the environment more than most other groups. In fact, if you look at ancom groups, often they're more focused around the economy, for example, and anti-statism. But Cooperation Tulsa is more about the municipalism and more about the environmental aspect. Mm-hmm. Right? So it's more ecological and municipal. That is to say, we're trying to create these vectors for popular control. That is to say, general assemblies and things like that. That's that municipal aspect, focusing on the city and the citizenship, you might say. And we're more environmental and ecological because we have that social ecology. It's about repairing the bond between the group and the environment, right? So there you go. That's kind of what our idea is. And I think that it's worked extremely well. Highly recommended.
I mean, not even the environment, the ecology, if we're going to use the...
We're not environmentalists. No. We're social ecologists.
Social ecologists.
Right. Socialism. Yeah, somebody says socialism is when the government does stuff, and when it does a lot of stuff, it's communism. Yes, sadly, that is the common understanding. Somebody, Kenethian says, would you consider it a specifist, or are you part of a separatist specifist group? I was part of a separatist specifist group called Scissortail Anarchist Organization, but we're mostly on hiatus right now. The group, a lot of the people that were members of that group are very active in Cooperation Tulsa right now. That being said, honestly, Cooperation Tulsa is communalist Especismo. And I know you're hearing that and you're like, oh, Daniel's just making stuff up. This is internet brain rot, right? Like, what do you mean communal? You can't just mix words together, Daniel.
And then institute of social.
I mean, I'm just telling you, it's not an uncommon way of understanding the situation. So here's a couple articles where other people are making that same conclusion, that kind of the way forward is to mix communalism and Especismo. Like, if you can just put these two impulses together, you get some pretty important stuff. So yeah, linking articles there. To me, this has been the most effective way of approaching the conditions on the ground. This is the way of the best way to approach conditions on the ground, in my opinion. I know one of those mentions more of the more local election stuff, but I would say whatever you read about that, that's not what I'm saying. But I'm just trying to make the point that other people have noticed. Wow, communalism and Especismo, they seem like really well suited to one another. To the degree where even in the key Especismo text, Social Anarchism and Organization, they quote Bookchin twice. So they must be reading Bookchin down in Brazil. Was Bookchin a Zionist? I remember the article that this is based on. It's this terrible little column. I wish Bookchin would have never written it. It's one of the worst things he ever wrote. Just disgraceful, to be honest. Where he's essentially supporting Israel's right to defend itself, quote unquote. Okay. Bad, indefensible. We can just categorically say he was full of shit. And he was wrong, and that it was bad that he did it. Simple. But as far as he was an actual, like, a Zionist, that I don't know that I would take away from the article. Because Zionism, okay.
That's ethno-nationalist.
The way it is today is ethno-nationalism, and it's kind of always had ethno-nationalist tinges to it, which is to say, even in the parts of the movement where it wasn't ethno-nationalist, there were still some things to it where you're like, okay, but let's take that apart for a second, because what you're saying here, that kind of still leads to these a little bit ethno-nationalist conclusions. But there were Zionists that didn't believe that only the Jews should be there. But that was mostly early Zionism. These days, Zionism is mostly ethno-nationalist. So if what you mean by would he support the hierarchical state of Israel, the answer is absolutely not. Absolutely not. He would not support the state of Israel as it is and the way that it acts. And at this point, I suspect Bookchin would be a vocal advocate for the Palestinians. Mm-hmm. That being said, that he wrote this stupid little column where he sent in this very brief, it was like 5 paragraphs or something, where he was explaining why it was unfair for Israel to not be allowed to defend itself when they have so many enemies in the Middle East. And it sucked. It sucked. If Bookchin was alive, he would definitely condemn Israel's genocide. I agree. Because Bookchin wasn't in that article saying like, and it's okay that the state of Israel does whatever it has to does, or like, Israel should be only a Jewish state. Like, he doesn't say anything like that. Bookchin did not cook there, as Dr. Capybara says. No, he did indeed not cook.
No cooking.
He did not cook.
Cooking. It was raw and gross, and you wouldn't eat it.
Bookchin, every individualist says Bookchin is a Zionist. That's just so uncharitable. That's not fair. I do not think you can characterize Bookchin as a Zionist.
He had, as the kids would say, a really bad take.
He had a really bad take.
He posted a thread. He posted it. It was cringe. It was not based.
Yeah, it was not based. Bro was cringe on that take. Bad take. It's fair to just be able to say sometimes somebody has a bad take, or like, I disagree on that. I even think that was bad, but I'll just list the rest of what you said. I'm still on board. You know what I'm saying? Like,
maybe
Bakunin.
Workshop this one.
Yeah, it's like, maybe no, but the rest of that was good. What? about that part, but we'll just move on. Like Bakunin with anti-Semitism. Or Marx with anti-Semitism, to be honest. Or Proudhon being a misogynist.
And who was it? Oh yeah, wait, do you already say that?
What?
Which one saying was an anti-Semite?
Bakunin.
Yeah.
Also Proudhon.
Yeah.
Proudhon was an anti-Semite and a misogynist.
Zoe made a whole freaking video unpacking it, being like, see, anarchists critique anarchists. Because that's often like levied, be like, oh, well, if you love your guy so much, well, what about this bad thing he did? I'm like, yeah, that's fucked up.
It's like, that is a bad thing.
Yeah.
It's like,
you don't see a lot of Leninists being like, oh, well, self-reflection and this good, but this was really bad. It's more like, no, he was 100% correct and I worship him. It's like, you know.
Guerin was a pedo? Oh, that's terrible, because I'd been intending to read him, and that's rough.
That was
That's
minus
rough.
1,000 aura points.
I mean, I will say,
What did they say?
What's his name? Berkman. One of his girlfriends being like 16. Yeah. And Emma Goldman knew about it and apparently didn't even think anything of it. Which they thought was like, see, we're so poly, and it's like, she's 16. I don't know about the poly part, guys. That's not the part I was talking. I wasn't thinking about the poly part. That was not
the polyamorous moment of representation moment I wanted.
It's like, no, not woke, bad, good, not good.
Canceled. Sorry,
yes,
bye.
But no, the thing is that all of this, yeah. And somebody said like Marx is anti-Semitic. Yeah, read on the Jewish question. Oh. Everybody always says on the Jewish question, they're like, oh, it's all parody. It's parody of this famous person, right? Yeah, probably. They say it's parody of this famous person, Bruno Bauer is what they say. And they're right. The first half is all parody of Bruno Bauer. And you can tell with that context when you read the piece that that's what it's about. The first half absolutely is. The second half, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, are Marx's actual opinions, and no, they're not good either. They're also bad. They're also essentializing. They're also anti-Semitic. They're less anti-Semitic, but he essentially associates Jews as being like the people of capitalism. Essentially, that Jewishness is capitalism is capitalistic essentially, he says that it's conditioned and that it's situational. It comes from situations, but he still kind of seems to characterize it as such. It's not good. But the thing is like, that doesn't mean Marx should just be completely thrown out. There's lots of value in Marx. All of these people, whether they were men of their times or not, I don't think that personally, I don't even take that approach. I just think that it's okay to say, no, they sucked even for their time, but that doesn't matter because the rest of what they said was true. That part we can just still understand and interpret. That is still valuable, but that one part, not valuable. That part, we cut that out. Right? And you can cut that out of all these theorists and put it together and you got good things. You've got value. So that's my personal perspective. Oppress says, does their insert bad take affect their theory? If it doesn't, no worries. That's exactly right. For example, you don't need anti-Semitism for Bakunin's theory to be valuable. Just excise the anti-Semitism and nothing would change. Literally nothing about the order of arguments. If you were to literally, like say you were to go through and censor Bakunin, right? You were to just take out the anti-Semitism, you wouldn't have even noticed it was removed because it had no purpose to the narrative structure of his arguments. The same thing is true for Marx. Just remove on the Jewish question. Get rid of on the Jewish question. And Marx never said anything that requires anti-Semitism. Like nowhere in Berkman's writing is he's like, and this is why I think you should be able to sleep with 16-year-olds. He doesn't say that anywhere in his books. It's not necessary, right?
Someone's going to clip that.
Oh, no. Oh, no. God, what have I done?
I'm sorry. But
somebody go clip that. No. No. Clips. Oh no. Well, I said I was gonna get off, but honestly, I still got energy for it right now.
God in 4K, no.
Brandon makes a good point, but I don't know if it makes me feel any better about it. Brandon says the age of consent was 14 to 16 in Emma Goldman's time. Shit is wild. Yeah. No. Yeah, that's not making me feel much better. I mean, I hear
Just
you.
because there's a technical legality doesn't make it actually, like,
right. I mean, he agrees, but yeah. Anyway.
Like, slavery was legal, and we can all agree, like, no. A lot of things were legal, and that is not, yeah.
And the Connor Lanigan. I said I was going to get off. Anarch.
Legal equals ethical. This is, yeah, there you go.
The Leninists are going to slander you just because of that clip. Yeah, well, we'll see. If they try, they have to try, but I think they could do it. Yeah, JoJo's Adventure says it still is legal, unfortunately. In fact, here in Oklahoma, the age of consent is actually 16.
Well, I think that's supposed to be between minors, not...
I don't know if it is.
Oh my God,
I think
no.
it's the actual age of consent. In fact, you might be shocked to find how many states that it is. That the age of consent
then
is
again,
lower.
I have to say there are a bunch of states in the United States where child marriage is legal.
Exactly.
So.
Ooh. Yeah.
No. Bad times.
Not good. Oklahoma did lose some aura there with that law. Creepy vibes. Actually, bad news. I think they just never changed it. I think it's just like grandfathered in, and nobody thought it was a priority. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, as Sam says, was just going to say it's weirdly common in super religious communities.
I wonder why that is. Treating people as commodities and cattle.
And essentialism, right?
Yeah, that's great.
Gender essentialism.
Ooh.
Their purpose is to make the babies.
Disgusting.
So as soon as they're ready.
Disgusting.
Right.
But they're not.
Yeah, somebody says, yeah, New Zealand is 16, no bracket. Yeah. So, so there's a lot of places where this is still the case. And I do think it's somewhat relevant about Berkman, but I think we all agree that 16, that's crazy work, as the kids say.
Everyone's just coming.
They're like, actually, we're also 16. Also, we're also 16. Australia, apparently 16 as well. Okay, but between minors. Okay. That one seems more reasonable.
Yeah, between minors, that's one thing. Between adult, no. Just
Ariana says, "What's up from Marlo and Ariana cuties watching cuties?" It's super happy y'all are in here.
One day we're gonna have a full polykill stream, or at least some of the polykill stream.
Yeah, we'll just add them into the polykill. They can just be grandfathered in just the same way. Somebody said granddaughtered in. Instead of grandfathered in, the rule was granddaughtered in. Oh my God. No. Okay. Anyway, yeah, I mean, y'all should come visit Oklahoma after Iris moves here. Mm-hmm. Then all of the anarcho-influencers can meet each other. I shouldn't have said that.
No, no.
But terrible.
Please.
Bad stuff.
I do not. Someone called me, like, whenever someone calls me, like, an influencer or an account, I'm just like, shoot me. That's not,
you don't get to choose. You just are.
You can call me an agitprop provider. That would be way more tolerable. Artist would be greater. Regular human being would be perfect.
Anarcho-influencer, oof. Yeah,
no, just shoot me.
That's what we are. There's no avoiding it. I'm sorry. Put it in your profile.
Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
Anarcho-influencer polykill stream! Holy shit. This is like, that's the stereotype of what the right thinks that the left is right there.
Probably.
Yes. Aaron goes, woo, fun times.
It's racial too. Like we're everything that we're checking almost all the boxes basically. So
I love it. We just brain rotted this live stream super hard. It just went down 5 levels of tone right there.
Sometimes you have to break up the serious stuff with goofy goober shit, I guess, as the kids say. Make anarchy great again. No. I need...
This is chaos. This chat is chaos. Unpredictable Axolotl says, that's iridescent. I love your art, especially when it's possums. Look at this. Look, they have an axolotl.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, no, I move from each little critter to each little critter for Little Scamps, the Anarchist animal series. So yeah, but who knows? I could return to another guy maybe at one point, but for now, not.
Y'all need to start giving Iris money and recognition for doing quality art instead of these little sketches.
I did the animation with Zoe, the Malatesta one.
I do love the little sketches, though. I love the little animals.
Yeah. Wait, I can show them. One of the things I'm working on in between body malfunctions. Working on this article with this illustration, and it's haunting. It's Elon Husk and the Myth of Iron Man. So we got this. I don't know if you can see that. Something like that.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think I'm going to sell this print. It's too depressing for me.
You should sell it anyway.
Oh, maybe.
If people buy it, get that money.
Get that money. This one's better. This one's better.
Yes, I love it. I like how Mudang is like kind of more representational of Mudang, but the cop is pure sketch. Yeah. He's just like everywhere. He's like gestural. We don't need to properly render cops.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to render the cop. I mean, for some prints it would probably be more, but like that's not my style. Anyways.
Mudang is so shiny. I bet Mudang is like big now. Hippos grow fast, right?
Yeah. No, it's a pygmy hippo, though.
Oh, true, though.
They're small.
Yeah, they never get that big. They get the size of like a pig or something, right?
Do you want me to make your merch? When's the Anarch merch dropping?
You know what? This is the 3rd time in the last month somebody has mentioned Anarch merch. And I've been resistant because I'm like...
You don't want to be cult of personality kind of
shit. Yeah, well,
shit.
Also, it's just kind of like cringe.
It is cringe.
It's cringe, right?
Like, it's already cringe to be like with your, like, you know... Even with, like, the logo, it still feels like, I
mean, the Raven logo is badass.
Yeah, it is.
It would be cool on a shirt.
That would.
Yeah.
But, you know, there are people who literally put their faces on the shirt and, like...
Oh, God. No.
Yeah. I'm not going to name names.
Anyway.
People have chosen very tacky things that I don't think is actually very revolutionary. It's kind of feeding the cult of celebrity and parasociality, and I think is bourgeois and counter-revolutionary and honestly just pure cringe. That's just my opinion, though, but you didn't hear it.
They said, let me cop a raven patch. See, that's what I'm saying, though. And in fact, somebody will do laser cutting if I want them to. Somebody's already offered to do laser cutting to make merch. So, like, if you want to make any merch, I can laser cut whatever you want.
The logo could be fine, but I wouldn't definitely not be like, post your face and, like, put it on.
No, I would never put my face on it, but I would probably put the raven on
Or
there.
like even
I love
worse,
the raven.
like when you're modeling your own merch and it has your own face on it. Like how conceited does that feel? Like
Oh,
how,
no.
there are people, and there are people who are supposedly revolutionaries and whatever who have done that, and I don't know. I just think like that.
Okay. Dr. Capybara might have the right take. I mean, if you go the merch way, you need to go full nerd with illustrations and stuff like manga shirts. It's all about the aura.
Okay.
Hilariously, I was just thinking that. I was
Okay.
like, if it was like a quality product, then I might do it. Right? If it was like, oh, this is actually a cool thing, you know, then I would consider it. But if it was just like white T-shirt, Anarch logo, that might be cool, but you get what I'm saying. It can't be low effort.
And a stylized Anarch logo.
Yeah, we could
Something
do your
like
Raven animation, part of the Raven animation, yeah.
I could do like an illustration kind of thing. That would be cool. Yeah.
Somebody said Che Guevara's shirt style, please. Oh my God, no. No, I shall not.
I'm sorry.
I shall not.
I'm sorry, but that even for like, theorists that I generally like Bookchin or he and Jen, no, just like no.
Holy shit, this person's also got a good take. What if the Anarch merch store would just be shirts made by Iridescent? Holy shit, that's a good idea. That's a good idea, yeah.
That would be our collab then.
That would be
collab.
cool, yeah.
I mean, I did the animations for you, like 2 of them.
That's right.
And Hope and your channel intro. If you didn't know, that's lore right there.
If y'all didn't know, Iris is the one that did the animations for the video Hope. And also the channel intro that I used for the video essays for the last few video essays.
I did the music for it too. I did the soundscape. I did the animation.
They say, guys, the revolution is near. We just need more worker merch co-ops. Come on, we just need more t-shirts.
More t-shirts.
So true. We'll just that's all money that stays in our community. We all just pay each other for t-shirts in a circle.
The crazy part is I don't wear t-shirts. So, like, it's really funny for me to be with people like, I want t-shirts, and I'm just like, I never wear t-shirts.
I do.
I know. Well, you have your classic stuff going on. I have my own aesthetic preferences.
See, somebody mentioned a Raven plushie.
Oh
you
my
would
God,
love that. You would love that.
I don't make plush. Well, I mean, I make those like knitted ones, but those take a long time to make, and you'd have to pay me like a lot of money to make those, especially giving like disability interruptions. But that would be really adorable.
Aww.
I could make one. I could. I know how to sew and stuff.
You just make it look like this guy.
I could.
Brandon says, what are some of your upcoming video projects? For the video essays, mostly I've been thinking about a lot of video essays, but I'm trying to finish the visuals for part 4 of Modern Anarchism, and that one's about organization. But then I think I've been writing the script for basically an anarchist theory of fascism. You know, the one that it was about MAGA was just about like almost like educating people about what fascism was more broadly, and just applying it to Trump and MAGA. Well, I've been writing a script that's about my conception of what fascism is, like in a systemic or dynamic sense. And so that is one I've been thinking about writing. In fact, I've already given it a name. I think I'll probably end up calling it Saturn and Prometheus, because it's about Saturn eating its children and Prometheus bringing fire.
Yeah, I remember you sent me the stuff for that.
So yeah, that's one. I've also been thinking about writing about alienation, immiseration theory, and the base of alienation, where it comes from, and how we need to understand it. I think those are the big ones. There's some like last one that I can't quite remember. Yeah, there was a last one that I can't quite remember. Oh yeah, well I've been writing one for a long time about the self, which is just like, what is the self and how do we live? It's like a theory of living, kind of an anarchist theory of living in a sense. But it would be based on existentialism and stuff like that. But Wow. Yeah. Chat is chaos, which is great. I mean, I could just pick any of these out, but it's just everywhere. But as for upcoming short video projects, which is what most of y'all consume these days, because it's mostly what I'm producing, that would probably be a video on propaganda of the deed. That'd probably be the next one. Or maybe a short video on alienation and immiseration theory.
Yeah, my brain is not doing great with the reading right now, so working is not gonna. I'm just gonna do more tomorrow.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you want to hang out, we can stay on stream for a little while.
No, I'm fine with hanging out. That's like I'm just saying. I'm thinking about like the more.
We'll pull up a chair then.
Technical aspects of my work. I just like can't like go just read all the things sometimes. I could barely read chat right now. My brain goes in and out of focus.
Feel free to sit there and talk if you want.
Oh, okay. Wait, I thought I was pulling up a chair. Okay.
Yeah, pull up a chair and then talk.
Yeah. Okay, we're pulling up. Pulling up. This is a struggle. Okay, it's a little bit cramped. Okay, well, it's close enough. That's fine. It's probably good. I'm figuring out the buttons and things to click. Okay. Wait, where's the... Oh. No, maybe I don't know. Oh, no, not there. That button. Okay. Anarch has legs. Yes, confirmed. Anarch has legs. Yeah, yes, he is tall and has legs. Tall and big leggies. Long leggies, even. And I am on the other spectrum. I am vertically challenged. Daniel had the most perfect opportunity to do a Luigi jump. Well, you know what? Missed opportunities. It's unfortunate.
That's so funny. I don't have the boots on, otherwise I would do it.
Iris, more like cornea. How long have you been an anarchist? What was your first exposure to it? Okay. Iris lore, Iridescent lore dropping. I'm actually making a zine about like how I became an anarchist because I think it would be like an interesting perspective and also maybe lead other people to realize how they're actually like anarchist or anarchic leaning and be like, okay, I'm gonna develop myself more in this capacity. So it started with I was going through a rough patch. I was not living in like the most ideal conditions, and I had a dalliance and comet sort of connection with a librarian, and he introduced me to Murray Bookchin, and that was kind of like my first. Like we argued about how communalism and anarchism are like whatever different etc. But like that like led me. That was my first foray, and I really, as someone who was very ecologically minded, this just resonated deeply with me because as a child I was very like okay, short end of the answer, very obsessed with cetaceans, very special interest, really obsessed, really to the point I don't want to start info dumping, trying to restrain myself. Love cetaceans. So social ecology, bam, that clicked. Then I later had an English teacher who I think was actually like...
Here, let me in.
Oh, sorry. Oh, the kitty! Baby, I don't even remember my story. He's here. Look at him. He's gonna goblin.
Yeah, he's not... Oh, no, now he doesn't want to stay after all that. You were so calm.
Not for long.
No, don't leave. Everybody loves you. Everybody loves you.
Interrupted. I have no idea what I was saying.
You were talking about your journey to anarchism, and you were talking about the librarian you loved. I mean,
we never it was never, I don't know. Well, it was something. But anyways, this is long before I met Daniel. Baby. Then I had an English teacher who I believe was an undercover anarchist and supplied me with Ursula K. Le Guin's work. And then I just started, the gears started turning, and ever since then, it's been a ride there. Eventually...
Which was the first thing you watched by me?
Actually, my brain is so fried right now.
It was back in like the after the revolution.
Yes,
days.
It was early. It was really early days.
Yeah.
Pretty early days.
Is it like around the time after the revolution?
I saw Daniel on Twitter.
Yeah.
And
I'm surprised you were attracted to me on Twitter. I'm an inferior version of myself.
To be fair, you were. Maybe you were a little bit chiller than slightly. Took it down a few notches. It's escalated since then.
Maybe so. Yeah, I'm more annoyed with them than I ever have been.
Yeah, you were a little bit, more,
I was less annoyed with them.
Yeah, but now the annoyance is kind of. But yeah, and I DM'd you, and things changed.
Yes. Yeah, that's how we met.
Yeah, so I guess both a double story: how I became an anarchist and how we met.
Yeah, that's nice.
So Twitter may be a cesspool, but
somehow we found each other there.
Yeah, I don't know. That somehow worked out, and then they ended up finding Aaron there too. So through Daniel, so like he ended up connecting me with another. So it was a whole thing. Yeah, I don't know. A weeko meow la testa. Saw we. It was Murray Kitten is developing into a sign. Wait, question for me. How does your Chinese heritage influence your view of anarchism? Oh, absolutely. So too long didn't read. I guess I'm gonna try to say it succinctly, but growing up, I was in a very, I don't know, just a weird environment. I mean, it was like Libby. It wasn't like I was in like some conservative hellhole, but like, I would be approached by all sorts of weird people, and obviously it spanned weird Orientalism, weird racism. That was obviously easily encountered, being called racial slurs, all of that jazz. But like also this sort of direct confrontation with, oh, so you're this, so like, oh, but like you speak perfect English. How is that? Oh, I'm adopted. Oh, well, why were you? And then this is the common response that I would get when someone would hear I was adopted. It was way too common actually, where they would tell me, oh, you're adopted, but you must be so glad to have escaped communist China.
China.
Like, when you're hearing that as a child, and I don't know any of these words or anything, it's like an insane kind of take. You're just like, I guess.
Did you believe that when you were young?
No, I was just like, I don't know these words. I don't know enough of what they're saying, and they're just telling me, like, thank God you elbow, you must be so glad you escaped communist China. Sir, I'm like 8. I'm like 7 or 8. What do you...
Well, what did that make you think about China when you were like a little kid?
I guess it was just like, I didn't really... What did I think? It was more like a weird, like... I didn't completely internalize it and be like, China bad. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, I was like, obviously alienated and didn't want to like accept my heritage. Mm-hmm. And so... there was like there was that huge aspect. And of course, the founding reason of why I was adopted was primarily the one-child policy. So you can see how this intersection between the state and patriarchy, like, led me here. And I was, yeeted from the homeland, so to speak. This was... This was definitely part of like how I sort of like struggled with this, and also informed my anarchism, definitely on a feminist perspective as well, because it's just like I could see how these like sort of factors contributed to how I mean, and then of course reading up on all of the like both the adoption stories and like the plight of like where the one child one-child policy was enforced, and like how it like impacted so many families and so many people, how many like lives were destroyed, like forced abortions and like, you know, femicide, like, you know, infanticide, because
Murray's here
not being
to
valued.
interrupt.
And like now we have, yeah.
So
So all that, sorry, I don't know if that was like answing the. Like,
it was actually. It was actually. Remember, the question
was. No,
no, absolutely was. Sorry, baby, what are you doing? Okay, if you're gonna be here, you got to be over here. Don't be over there.
No, he's gonna want to be over there because you told him not to be over there. He's a true anarchist.
Yeah.
He's opposite. No,
He's got
that is not for
oppositional
you, not
defiant
for you.
disorder. He's got pathological demand avoidance. Anyway, the question was just, you know, how did your ancestry affect your anarchism?
Yeah,
you're answering that question.
Yeah, so it absolutely did inform it, I'd say.
You had the firsthand experience with the effects of state intervention at an extreme level.
Yes, absolutely.
Right.
Like, was I wanted? And like,
yeah.
What, like, did the state intervention and patriarchy make that so that like I was not valued because they would want a boy?
Well, somebody did. There was another good question. It was a good follow up. I'm trying to find it. Yeah. Do you remember living there?
No, I was too young. I was, and it's kind of effed up too in a sense, because while people were saying like, oh, it's so good that you escaped communist China, meanwhile, like my home situation like wasn't the best. I didn't even have the language to articulate that yet.
Baby.
So like what was supposed to be kind of like, quote, a second chance in some ways ended up mutilating me a lot, like beyond just like racial and systemic trauma, but like interpersonal abuse and like, you know, individual trauma, so to speak. So like I felt kind of doubly failed by systems.
That makes sense. The state dropped the ball in both places.
Aww.
What?
Surreal seeing Ari on stream. Their art means so much to me. I'm grateful to host their incredible art in my home. Thank you. That's really nice.
Yeah, that's nice. What chaos is he doing?
He's biting all your random stuff on the gaming stuff.
Okay. That seems fine. He just wants attention.
Probably. Don't we all?
He has food and water. Maybe I should give him a treat and they can watch him eat over there.
Maybe.
Oh, it's right behind you right there. Okay, that's fine though. You're beautiful. It's more fun to watch you than the cat eat food.
I would argue otherwise.
Well, some people might hold that opinion, but I don't. Oh, excuse me.
Clip that. Anarch simping for X amount of minutes. I was adopted too. It's hard to explain to others. Yeah, no, it's a weird time sometimes. As someone who always grew up seeing diverse people around me, stories like that seem absolutely insane to me. Like, how could you possibly say shit like that? Yeah, my parents, it was like, there's all sorts of, I have tons of like weird stories of just like, even before, like I also got stories of when I was a baby and my parents had to deal with the racism like directly because I was a baby and like was being pushed in a stroller. Like there's one or two women or something that like confronted or talked to my parents, and they saw me and they're like, oh yeah, so she's Chinese, huh? And then they're like, well, how will she grow up learning to speak the right language?
The right language. What? Okay.
So, like, will she be able to speak? They said, will she be able to speak English? And I'm not sure if that goes to like American ignorance or just like pure racism or just I don't even know. Just not understanding how this works.
The fact that they could even believe that language is genetic is mind blowing.
Yeah, like, no, and my dad tried to argue with this lady, and it was just like, well, she's growing up with us, so she'll learn English, and she's just like, no, but she's Chinese. How does that work? Like, what? I know. I don't.
No.
So like.
What? Okay, y'all. You have to remember sometimes this is the level where some of our public consciousness is at. Okay.
It's bad.
That's just.
Wait, there is one other one go up. What's life like in Delaware? Delaware is 500,000 corporations in a trench coat. It's okay in some ways. It's kind of bad.
It's beautiful
for organizing, but it is beautiful. They do have some great like places where ecology is preserved. Occupied Lenape territory. Anyways, yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's what Aaron pretty much already said. Any takes on anarchist artists?
I like them. I like other anarchist artists.
Yeah, we got some good ones. I love No Bonzo.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
No Bonzo comes to mind immediately.
No Bonzo's great. My brain is like immediately now that I have to think of the anarchist artist.
There's like Ursula Le Guin.
Yeah.
You know?
My brain is like, I could put like I think Aaron Alternate is a queer Asian zine maker that I.
There's also
like,
Cass.
Cass
does all the IKEA style anarchist propaganda.
Yeah. Cass is good. My brain is just. There's a Vietnamese artist.
Oh, I forget their name.
They're really good. I am now. It's embarrassing because I'm just like.
Oh, it's all right. When you're put on the spot, your brain kind of like will shut down. Like that's you and everybody.
It's like
I've
suddenly forgot all artists. And
I've done that before.
Like if you ask me a musician right now, I'd be like, no, too. A big, beautiful confederation of corporations. You live in anarcho-capitalism. Not quite, but it's like a tax haven. It's a hell. Art, anarchism, AI, thoughts on future of art. That's like a complicated kind of like bunch, but that's so much.
You're like, so much. Could write a book about that. Could write a book about that. Could write a book about that.
Yeah. Alan Moore.
I think Alan Moore counts. The more I learn, he considers himself an anarchist. He self-identifies as an anarchist. I would say he does seem like he's more like kind of an esoteric individualist anarchist. Yeah. It's not like he's against mass action, but he seems to want it to be fully spontaneous.
Yeah.
But
also the what was the one up? But the I guess I can say a little bit about AI as like.
Oh yeah. Now you give your opinion because I gave my opinion earlier.
Yeah. So as it currently stands, the way AI technology is structured is extremely ecologically devastating and completely just not sustainable. That's the, first obvious whatever. I imagine like there could be a utility for these algorithms. The problem is that they're in the hands of like the worst people ever, and they're being developed by like mostly like the worst people that you would not try, like hierarchical organizations and individuals that believe in some kind of hellish transhumanist like
takeover by AIs,
not like a fun like, ooh, we can use this to like they think they're the good guys, but it's like Blade Runner kind of stuff, but without all the cool like actual like things that make the dystopia at least like aesthetically pleasing. Yeah.
Where are my holograms?
Yeah, basically. So like that's that. I feel like there could be like utility in art, and it could be a tool that could be, but the problem is the way it's structured right now is just, it's not that. It's absolutely not building like that. That's my thing.
I agree.
I feel like there is some like something to say about like how it's sort of like the way also AI is peddled, like AI art, it's like a just absolute vulgarization of what art can mean for the human spirit. It's just like, oh, pretty image for the sake of pretty image. Not when when a fuller conception and understanding of art is through human expression, the historical context from which it arises, and the community which it's from, like you're gonna have a completely different experience by a rap piece made by some AI machine running on algorithms versus Kendrick Lamar detailing how, you know, like the brutalities of his life as a black man in America, the systematic oppressions, the interpersonal like traumas, like the way it shaped him. Part of like what we appreciate about art itself is that the very fundamental human making. It's an affirmation of life itself in its best conception. When we utilize AI to make these like mismatch of beautiful images, it's like beautiful images, but to what ends? Just to look at, just to, you know, like beauty for beauty's like its own like kind of abstracted sake, just completely detached from meaning, from other people, from any sort of like general like, you know, human memory or body. It's kind of like there's something that's just kind of void and depressing, and there's a vacancy. That you just
vacancy. That's a good word to use for it. It's vacant. It's empty, or it's vacuous.
It's vapid. It's like it's a sad. It's boomer meme. Whatever. It's pure simulacrum.
It is pure simulacrum. Yes.
Yeah. So that's my opinion. That's my hot take.
No, I think that's a good analysis. Pure simulacrum. I mean, it absolutely works, right? Yeah. No, I think that honestly, when I think about what's going on with AI art, right, I realize that artist intent is more important than we ever gave it credit for. Right? When you look at a piece of AI art, even if you think it's beautiful, as soon as somebody tells you that it's AI, you immediately know it's devoid of meaning. You feel me on that? It has it can't have any meaning because there's no intent. You know that nobody made that with an idea in mind that they reified through action. And that's why it's vacuous. That's why it's vapid and empty, right? And I think that artist intention is therefore really important, demonstrates the importance of artist intention to the contrary of death of the artist, which tells us that artist intention is almost irrelevant, or that the artist isn't even aware of their intention, for example. I think that this really demonstrates that the artist's intention is like an integral piece of what art is. Yeah. Right?
Yeah. I was going to say something. My brain just completely... but yeah, though, beyond.
Sorry, I derailed you.
It's okay. Sometimes it happens. My brain is sometimes wee. Yeah. No, like, animation. I do animation, so I do like a bunch of things, experimental animation. Like, there's like little human touches, like, for example, my Malatesta piece with Zoe Baker, like the typography of the titles and like the script and stuff, and like the little like, you know, those like intro, that was based on Enrico Malatesta's handwriting. Like, I studied letters of Enrico Malatesta, like the actual document, to reproduce and create recreate it for like that. Those are like the intentionality, the human touches that like, you know, like.
Agreed. Yeah. No, I think that's really important. All that stuff's really important. You know, I reflect back to what I've always loved about art ever since I've been young. And art I've always been really attracted to. Yeah, I'll try to make this short because that's a good comment. But the art I've always been attracted to is art that has like layers, right? Where if I dig, I'm rewarded for digging. Art where when I dig, there's nothing there has always bored me. So I like the art that has lots of ideas, and there's lots that goes unsaid that if you have to go looking for, that the Easter eggs are everywhere kind of thing, right? And that requires like really thorough artist intention. But also there was
skill.
Yes, and skill to deliberately do it right and to make it to where when you dig, it makes sense, right? Because sometimes artists themselves don't dig through their own work, and therefore they create these weird, incoherent, plot hole filled universe.
It's revealing. Art is revealing.
Right. Yeah, so Aaron was saying it needs to be taken off of art. Art is for us and self-expression. AI needs to be used for avenues that human beings don't want to utilize their time doing. Art is important to experience.
Yeah.
I think that's absolutely a good, that is probably the correct position to take, which is that AI needs to be used for other avenues than human beings don't want to utilize their time doing.
Yeah.
Then Camera says AI artists, quote unquote, seem to think that all art is an amalgamation of past art to create, quote unquote, what the consumer wants. That is like similar to media's obsession with sequels and remakes.
Yes, no, it's absolutely the most surface level takes. It's oh, you like pretty thing, pure simulacrum. It doesn't respect the viewer. It doesn't respect the sort of emotional, deep and thinking and feeling of a human experience, of conveying something beyond oneself too. It's just completely like, well, let's just take all the things that we've ever done and regurgitate, like, and sort of like a dysfunctional slop.
Yep. Absolutely agreed.
It's vomit.
It's empty.
It's empty. It's empty vomit. Like, yeah, it could have some of the technical qualities where it's beautiful. And
it often does.
Yeah, and it does.
I mean, like, as an artist, you have to recognize that a lot of the time what it produces, like, you're like, that's a competent reproduction of that style.
Yes.
I'm looking at that and I'm like, if somebody came to me and said, hey, look, I produced this and I did this style, I would say, damn, good job.
Yeah,
that is that style. That is that style, right? But it lacks the human touch. It's too paint by numbers, right? It's like... because it's statistical, that's the reason.
Yeah, it can't really configure things in just the way the human mind, the human body. And also, one thing I have to say, one more thing, the arguments people of AI users who, like AR artists, or people who want to do that for art, that argue, like, they do this like, oh, well, I'm going to do like a woke ableist take or something. And they're like, well, you're being, ableist towards people who don't necessarily have all these tools to like create X, Y, Z. And to that I say, that is a grave disservice to all of the disabled artists who have learned, even through limb differences and through muscular problems, have learned to paint with like their fucking mouths or some shit. Like, I'm sorry. No. And also someone, I'm dynamically disabled in like my own way. I don't have always like the capacity and whatever, but like art is this is an extraction for me. So like to have an AI do it would be like,
it defeats everything
that I would want in my life.
Yes, agreed. But the thing is that
self-hating.
I would agree. See, for me, that would never be satisfying. It would feel empty, as we've said. But here's the thing: I think some people that are doing it, they're doing it because they can't create, and they feel, they would dream of the possibility of saying, I would like to paint this and then being able to paint it, or I would like to write this and then being able to write it, and they're trying to skip the middleman. They're people that want the expertise, the mastery without the work.
Yeah. There's something to be respected about developing yourself. I mean, Marx, talks about this. Like, to develop yourself and develop your needs and capacities, you endlessly generate, like, new needs and et cetera. And this is one of the things that separates us from other creatures.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, it removes the process of creating.
It's a halving of the human soul.
Where's that?
Or not even halving, like an obliteration. It's an insult sometimes.
Yeah, Kristen basically summarizing what we said, which is like, once art lacks its humanity, it becomes soulless. Art is one of the most powerful means of expression, and AI has no expression, no intent, no soul to infuse it with. Mm-hmm. right? And that's me saying that even as somebody who doesn't believe in a soul, because I get what you mean, you know, metaphorically, figuratively. It's absolutely the case, and it's the way it feels to me personally. So insert meaning into works. Yeah, I think what we see is that without intent, that art often lacks direction, right? You know, you can create this incredible, I don't know, you know, this is a weird place to go immediately in my mind, but like Shad Diversity did this whole video about how he knew how to make like AI art and that it took skill and talent and you had to know how to refine it and so on. And the picture he used is a picture of like Supergirl, and it's really well rendered. I think he did a good job in making the AI render the piece. But the truth is that when you're actually like drawing, you're often envisioning narrative, meaning, and purpose. And actually context, as somebody says in one of these things, is like what it's largely about. You know, like when somebody draws like a comic book cover, just to kind of explain the thought, you know, they have an idea like, oh, the superhero in this cover right now just came from this fight, you know, and so should have these kinds of injuries. And, you know, there's this context and meaning to the piece that comes with that. But when an AI manifests you the figure that you're asking for, it doesn't come with all that context. It just makes the thing from a statistical agglomeration. Which one were you pointing at?
The Black Omega 3 for most people who don't want to skip the work, don't want the product, they want the respect of having done the work.
Dang.
If they cared about the output, not the clout, they wouldn't demand recognition.
That is honestly wise as fuck. That comment is wise. Like, I believe that's true.
It just means they fundamentally don't respect art. It's the same thing with plagiarists, right?
Yes, they
say it's like, oh, I respect this person so much. If you did really respect the work, you do it. You think it was worthwhile. You put your heart and soul into it.
So I'll read this comment kind of here. Black Omega 34 says, most people who want to skip the work don't want the product. They want the respect of having done the work. If they cared about the outputs, not the clout, they wouldn't demand recognition. And I actually think that's like,
so good.
There's a lot of truth contained in everything you've said there. I think that there's, especially for me, about recognition. If they cared about the outputs, not the clout, they wouldn't demand recognition. I wish more people understood that. The whole world would be different if everybody understood that.
I feel like
if you cared about the outputs, not recognition, you wouldn't demand it. That's exactly right. Don't get me wrong. I understand people wanting recognition. That's not bad. You said I'm gonna. All right.
Sometimes
For real though, that's a good one. Nailed it.
It's simmering. I like it. Oh, it's just perfectly, just succinctly, just see, we appreciate a good articulated thought.
Good. That was good. Nailed it.
That was good.
Yeah, YS Project says it removes the time and process, which lets you reflect and put any of the deeper meaning into it. The intent part, that is the intent. You're talking about the intent, right? That is what you're saying. And I mean, that's a big part of it. You know, I think that death of the artist has been overstated. You know, maybe the artist hasn't died, but has just been buried. Mm-hmm. Oh, Sam said them. Have you read the most recent, excuse me, Yanis Varoufakis on what he calls techno-feudalism? I mean, I've seen him talk about it before. And in fact, I think, you know, you've asked me that question a few different streams. And the first few times I was kind of like, well, I didn't really ever look into it. But then a recommended video came through my YouTube where somebody was kind of summarizing what was going on there. No, it was Varoufakis himself talking about it. And it's interesting. I get what he's saying. You know, he's talking about living by rent, essentially. And I think I agree with him that this process of living by rent has a lot of commonality to what it is to live as a serf in a feudal society. So I see what he's saying, that insofar as what we're seeing is that the rich and the powerful, especially even in this sense that like the private accumulation of power, like the lords, they're buying everything up where you have to pay tribute to them to be allowed to use it. I think that he's on to something, right? We are moving into this rentier economy, right? We're moving into an economy where some people are buying printers that you have to pay for a subscription to. Right. So this is the era we're moving into, right? And in that sense, sorry, having so much drainage today. That's the world we're moving into. So what Varoufakis is saying is that as that expands, as you get the expansion of this sort of private accumulation of power and owning interest, you enter the system where now you're going to start seeing systems of lineage, which we're already seeing, of course. Capitalism never stopped doing systems of lineage. They're capitalistic, right? They're based on if you're born to a wealthy family. And he's basically talking about how it's sort of reproducing some of the key conditions of feudalism, but now within capitalism. And as an anarchist, I think there's some strong validity to that, or rather we might expect that this would take place, because that is a more beneficial arrangement for hierarchical power structures. My thesis, and this is kind of where I'm at this point, is that we have falsely looked at the history of stages. And what we did is we said, this one comes after this one, comes after this one, comes after this one. And that we thought that they were linear. What I think is they're system dynamic. They arise from the system carrying through particular dynamics and either succeeding or failing at different strategies for self-perpetuation. So there are many different strategies by which it could continue to survive, and it searches through the strategies, and many actors within the system act within the system, carrying out many strategies, and the system both acts under those dictates, but also gives recurrent conditioning feedback in the process. Okay, so what does that mean? Well, that means that if you get particular arrangements of power, hierarchical power is going to return to what look like old strategies, quote unquote. Strategies that look like they are monarchy again. And you say, well, that doesn't make any sense. We've progressed past that. No. They're just different conditions. There's a bunch of axes. There's like variables. You move around this complex graph of variables, and those push you towards monarchy is just a name that can be given to it. Dictatorship is another name that could be given to it. But it occurs because of recurrent systemic dynamics that can take place, maybe not literally in any era, but which can recur again in eras that don't look like the old one. And so I think that it's quite possible we could reproduce feudalism under this techno-capitalism, right? And I also think it's what's happening in fascism. Yeah. Fascism is the attempt to return to monarchy as a strategy, but now you don't have a feudal economy, you have a capitalistic economy. So you have all of the private interests who are no longer lords, they're CEOs and shareholders. And so you have to cooperate with them just as the monarch had to cooperate with the lords, because the lords had these very large inheritances of land and property and serfs that came with them. Sorry.
No, you're doing great. I good job. Sorry, my brain got in and out. I just wanted to ask you a question that's not related.
Okay, go ahead.
Just related to our everyday. At dinner, I'm hungry.
Oh, I'm hungry too. I was just thinking about that a minute ago. I mean, if you want to make food, you go ahead. But we could also jump off here and make food. It's up to you.
And our mukbang stream.
I usually don't eat on stream. But, well, we've been going for 4.5 hours.
Wow.
I think we're good, honestly. Yeah. Somebody says, welcome back to company. Honestly, I mean, that's the sort of vibe I would encourage if I were going to make these streams really good. I'd just like, if I had a tripod, I'd take this camera in and then we'd watch you cooking food and then we'd sit down and eat food and, they'd love it. If I wanted to be a live streamer, that's what we'd be doing. But I don't think that is what we're going to be doing. I think we are coming up on the end of this here stream, everybody. So I am basically calling it to a close.
Huge
I appreciate
just
y'all.
drinks.
Yeah, that's yeah, usually just drinks. That's true.
That is true.
That is what happens at this part of the stream. I just keep drinking. You know, I already had the next cup ready. Well, you see. And it works pretty well. But anyway, yeah, I appreciate everybody's been very generous this stream. If you want to support me on the channel, you want to make sure that I keep being able to do these live streams, you should go become a patron at my Patreon, which is patreon.com/anarch. You all already know that, I think. Obviously, if you just want to become a member of the channel, it's basically like being a patron just through YouTube instead, which I don't care. You choose which one you want. Also, I'm on Means TV. Oh, that's right. I should have had like a segment during the live stream where I talked about being on Means TV. This is the first one I've done since being on Means TV.
A quick foray.
Quick foray. I'm now on Means TV, which is a socialist worker cooperative media worker cooperative, essentially a worker cooperative, socialist Netflix. There we go.
Socialist Netflix.
It's socialist Netflix. That's what it is.
Means TV and chill.
So now
With
I'm
your
on
polycule?
Means TV.
That would be the most anarchist
If
thing
you
to
want
do.
to become you want me to benefit from you joining Means TV because you're like, damn, it'd be cool if Anarch got a return on this because, you know, that's your main thought, I'm sure. Then you can use my affiliate code, which is Anarch, ANARK. And I don't remember what percent you get off. I don't know. It's some amount. You get some money off, and that's good. So if you want to ever sign up for Means TV, use Anarch, ANARK, and I'll get a little bit of money for that, which is pretty cool if you're asking me. Also, it's cool just because now my work's in a second place. So like if YouTube was like, we're done with you, Anarch. You're too much. You're talking about, and you dressed up like a Luigi? Right? So, I mean, what if they get me for this Luigi costume, y'all?
Get you.
What if they get me? So, Means TV? Just saying. But I think we're about done here.
Means TV and chill with my constellation.
Oh.
Let's go.
Okay, so
I love you, Aaron.
aw, thank you so much for everybody joining. Sorry I didn't answer some questions. We just got all off on a bunch of different weird rambles. Somebody said, wait, you're Luigi? I didn't notice. Oh my God, okay. Well, anyway, I appreciate y'all joining. This has actually been a really good stream, and I'll see y'all next time.